Right, hello everybody. We are live, and there doesn't seem to be too much in the way of a slow, what they call that, a slow feed. Let me know, anybody, if the signal starts to jump. The last 3 or 4 live streams, it's been stopping and start. I've been freezing. So let me know. Frankie Hand. Frankie Hand. Hey, Mark. I got a pizza from the Co-op tonight. £3.50. It's called the Philly Steak and Cheese. I have got a feeling I might have tried that. If I did, I can't believe I didn't do a review on it though. But yeah, interesting though. Yeah, the Co-op they don't do so many bargains anymore. Excuse me a sec. You used to be able to go in there near the end of the night and get 75% off. Lucky to get 25. They'd rather, I don't know what they do with it. Yeah, Lee Merton, hello to you. Lee Merton's in the house. Okay, I'm just finishing off a bit of Co-op cola, and then I'm going to go on to some Pepsi that I bought. Well, I didn't buy it. I got it with a burger, one of those meals. I'm going to mix that with my vodka. Jace. Yeah, I got your message about pronouncing your name, pronouncing it Jesse before, or Jay or something. Jace, anyway. Short for, you didn't, yeah, because when you wrote short for Jason, then I understood. Jace here, the guy who told you about the potato. Oh, yeah, there you go, the potato peeler. Yeah, that's a very good idea, actually. The potato. I can't believe, what the thing is, I never use it because I've got a potato peeler, which of course you've seen with the cheese. The thing is, I never use it, because I virtually never peel. If I use raw potatoes, then I never peel them. I just give them a scrub down and then chop them up. I never peel the carrots. I don't peel the parsnips. So I mean, if I was using it often, maybe one day it would have dawned on me. But because I never use it, it never. But yes, it's a good idea though, and hopefully other people will pick up that tip and with it. Because that's what it's all about. It's all about sharing ideas. I'm sharing cookery ideas. You've got people like Jace there saying that he used the potato peeler for the cheese, and it's a good idea. So we'll pass it on, and hopefully people will benefit. Yeah, Lee Merton. Yeah, I'm staying out of everybody's way, although that'd be difficult now because I'll be back at work on Monday. I tell you, it was funny. I bus stop today because which leads me on to my other story. I had trouble with a bus driver. I was waiting on my second bus up the city centre, and it's amazing. There was these 2 guys at the bus stop waiting, at the shopping centre, and I'm inside the bus stop waiting, watching these guys cut down these hedges and stuff. Anyway, 2 guys, and a third guy showed up. He went to shake one person's hand, the other, oh no, oh yeah, I get it, right, there's. And he goes, the guy that showed up went straight to shake hands with the other guy, and I'm saying, no, because the first when they went to shake the hands of the first guy, I'm saying to myself, no, don't do it, stupid. Don't be doing that. And then they seem to realise it was not a good thing. But then within 2 seconds, he was shaking hands with the other guy. People don't learn. I mean, what the fuck you got to do to get it through people's head? Do not shake hands. Do not be, try and keep some. I mean, if you're on a bus or at work, I mean, it's going to be difficult. But I mean, shaking hands is not the best. I don't do that anymore. I used to shake hands with people. Then I seen what dirty bastards are hanging out on the gents there, places that I've worked. You hang out at the gents sometime, in a warehouse. Yeah, you'll soon learn not to shake hands with people. So at the best of times, it's not a good thing to do. And yeah, now it's, Anyway, Frankie Hand. Well, I'm finishing off my bit of co-op cola. I think it's co-op cola. No, actually, it's not co-op cola. It's bar cola. There you go. It's £1. Sorry, 65p is the co-op cola. This is £1. Tastes different, So I went for that today. Saw the expense. Once I get through that, I'm going to be mixing Pepsi with my vodka over here. Chemotherapy wig. Hey Mark, what happened to all of your normal viewers? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean regular viewers that have been with the channel for a long time and that are no longer with the channel? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure you're meaning. Yep, spreading the message from Jace. Not a troll's in the house. Simon's in the house. Francis GG. Yep, Francis GG is in the house. Not a troll says I was social. Says that he was social distancing before the China virus. Absolutely. Yeah, I tell you, I mean, it pays. I tell you, I mean, I was the same. I mean, admittedly on the bus at work, you sort of like, you gotta, do what you can, but there's some places you just can't get away with it, but there's certain things you can do. Don't be. I tell you, especially seeing what happens in the in the warehouses. Shaking hands. The times when I get colds, I virtually never get colds. The times I used to get colds would be the times when it was, I didn't know any better. I'd be shaking hands with people at work and all the rest of it, and also catching the bus. That is the worst. You got your filthy bastards choking and coughing all over the place, and you got people coughing into their hand and then putting their hand on the rail. What the fuck's that? I tell you, the simple, if I, mainly because I've got a jacket on or a shirt on, coffee into your shirt, into your sleeve there, or in an emergency, like that. That's what you do. But you don't cough into your fucking hand or just cough up into the air. But people are such scumbags. They've got no fucking sense, no decency. Yeah, back at work Monday. In fact, that's why I was on the bus today. Actually, let me see. Jack Lucy. Hi, Mark. Just watch your bomb. Just watch your Bombay video. You microwave your water instead of using a kettle? ? What are the pros and cons of that? All right. Well, the cons, I guess, is the cup gets really hot in the microwave along with the water. That's about it. The pros are it takes you only boil one cup at a time instead of several cups in a kettle. It's way cheaper to run the microwave than it is to run a kettle. And for some people that may not seem like a whole lot, but if you times how many, I mean, it's a bit difficult now, but I mean, well, if you times that by how many cups of tea you make during a year, you figure, a couple of pence here, a couple of pence there. But when we were kids, we used to have meters. Well, we still have meters now, but back then it was coin meters, and you had a little disc in the meter, and it had a black line on it. And every time the disc went round and the line went back from from zero all the way around, the more electric you used, the faster the disc would spin. All right, and the so you shut everything down, and the discs, basically crawls around because it goes around a certain amount of times. It costs a certain amount of money. As a gag, what we used to do was to shout from the meter into the kitchen, right, turn it on, click on the kettle, and watch this fucker spin really like mad. It go and it uses so it would use a lot. It would go from a crawl to a fast spin, and it uses a lot. So to answer your question, remembering those days, I don't even own a kettle, mainly because why buy one that I'm not going to use? It's mainly cost. But the thing is, the only reason why, because I sometimes I cook stuff in the microwave, mostly reheat stuff in the microwave. If I was to buy a kettle, it would have one use, to make cups of tea, which I very rarely drink. I'm allergic to coffee. Tea I very rarely make. So it'll just be a waste of money. And, so why spend? I don't know how much money it would cost to run a kettle, but I know it's a lot, compared to a microwave. Lawson, Lorceon. Hello, Mark. Like Jack, I'm very curious about the kettle versus microwaving a jug of water fiasco. Well, that's the thing. I could buy a kettle, but I would use it once every several months, but maybe if that, to boil some kettle for the pasta. Or boil water for a cup of water to pour into a pot noodle. It's very rare I drink tea or any hot drinks like that. So there's primarily cost. And yeah, times that by how many times you would use, a regular person might use a kettle over the year. Frankie Hand, do you like any famous chefs? I like Gordon Ramsay, but sometimes the recipes are too fancy. Yeah, the thing is, I've got no particular. I don't really actually follow any celebrity chefs. They're all. I don't know. They don't do food like I do. For one, I use cheap ingredients. I try and use them in an interesting and tasty way, and different to what everybody else is doing. That's my MO. Whereas Gordon Ramsay, who's that other one? Jamie Oliver, all of them. They're all millionaires, okay, which is fine, but most of us got nothing in common with them. They're all making dishes that none of us are ever going to use or copy, mostly. It's all fancy, pretentious shit. Using this type of ingredients, using these herbs. I've got nothing. They got nothing that I want to copy, pretty much. So no, I don't really follow any. I used to follow a little bit of Jamie Oliver when he did that going to school and trying to teach those idiot kids how to eat vegetables. He would go into the school dinners, and I remember, it was crazy. He would go in, and admittedly, I had trouble identifying some of the vegetables. He would go in front of the class with a box full of veg and that, and he'd pull one out, and it'd be like an aubergine. An aubergine? I probably recognise it. Anyway, the point is, it'll be something obscure. It's not like potato, carrot, cabbage, cauliflower. They're the easy ones. Aubergine, eggplant, all these obscure things. He's pulling them out, and of course, none of the kids knew what they are. But some of them had trouble identifying what a fucking lettuce was and stuff. And then he was trying to get the school to go along with healthy dinners, get away from the twizzles, these Twizzle meat sticks and all that lot, and put some veg on the menu. And you've got, and the thing is, I can't remember what the show was, but you had these idiot asshole parents thinking that they were really smart by jamming Big Macs through the grill of the gate, the gate that separates the schoolyard from the street. They were stuffing fish fillets and Big Macs through the grills so their kids could eat at lunch rather than have their kids eat vegetables in the fucking hall. But that's the one thing that I did like Jamie Oliver for. But it was just too depressing watching these fucking moron parents, because I'm not a parent, but I'm smart enough to know that if I did have a kid, the kid would be drinking milk, not Coca-Cola. I've seen it. I've gone to work. If I'm doing the early shifts, I've worked at places, and you try and get the bus early in the morning. You got school kids at the bus stop. They're drinking Coca-Cola at fucking 7 o'clock in the morning. And but no, see, when I was a kid back in Diss in Norfolk, this would have been 75, 76, and we left. Well, 75, 76, 77, because 77 was the Jubilee, and then we were there. This was back in the days when schools got delivered crates of I don't think they were half pints. I think they were like, I don't know, quarter or even a third of a pint. Probably a third of a pint. I don't think they were half. Well, it might even be half a pint. But they were like a milk bottle, only, of course, smaller. It's hard to judge because as a 5-year-old, this thing looked, quite a big drink. But in as an adult looking at it, I'd say it was at most half a pint, maybe 1/3 or whatever. Anyway, these were delivered every day by the crate load, and every kid had some milk, drinking it, with a straw every day. This is what we did when I was 5, 6, 7 years old. This is when we, I can't even remember. I mean, I was way older. This is when my dad was around. He wouldn't have put up with fucking drinking Coca-Cola at 5 years old. So we were drinking milk at school in between, lessons before lunch or whatever, and but yeah, they got rid of that, and that's why we have children drinking Coca-Cola for breakfast. That's why we have the kids who are thick as shit because they're not getting the brain juices going with the calcium. And we wonder why the country's going to crap. Anyway, what was the question? Can't remember what the question was leading on to that. I can't remember. Well, all right, I'll jump on to the next one. Jack Lucy says you used to follow Jamie, but the law got involved. Frankie Han, do you have a meal that you remember from your childhood? Well, not really. I mean, as a kid, the meals weren't all that memorable. Not enough to remember. But I remember when I was actually, I remember when I was like 7. All of us would go down the town centre, and Kentucky Fried Chicken was a big event. I remember that. Yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken. That was a big. That's how long Kentucky's been around. I mean, I remember that from when I was like 6 or 7 years old. I'm coming up to 50 in. Look at the date here. Actually, in about 3 weeks. There you go. June 6th, if anybody gives a shit. In about 3 weeks. But yeah, so I mean that was like 45 years ago, give or take. From when I remember, and that was a big thing. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Now it's just what do you fancy? Pizza, Kentucky, yeah, McDonald's. It's no big thing. Op to Hudson. What's for dinner? Actually, I had a couple of burgers earlier, so I probably won't be eating a bag of crisps as well. so I won't be eating much later. Oh, I tell you, fucking hell, I was losing my mind because the last 3 or 4 days, my camcorder just stopped working. Well, I mean, what it was, it would record, but I couldn't get the video from the camcorder into the computer. So the last 2 or 3, which is why you've had to put up with corned beef sandwiches for the last 3 videos. Because what happened was, I put 3 or 4 on the computer, and my plan was to show one corned beef video, then do another video, a pasta dish, and then a stir fry, for example, and then one of my stored videos, put that, another corned beef sandwich, put that on. So you'd only get a corned beef every two days or so, instead of all of them, one after another for 3 or 4 days. But because I couldn't load any videos onto the computer, I had to, every couple of days load these videos, which is why you've had 3 in a row, I think. Anyway, I rang up an old buddy of mine, and he helped me sort it out over the phone. That, and a lot of screwing around. I think I've got it sorted. I've had to write down the steps. It's a whole new different process than what it used to be for some reason. See, because first of all, it's either the camera's buggered, or YouTube, which they like to do now and again, is just when you as a YouTube, what do we call that? They call us contributors. I think YouTube contributors. I think that's our official title. They like to fuck with us every now and again. So what they'll do, they'll get us, just so we learn how things work, and then they'll start swapping stuff around, allegedly to make it more streamlined and more efficient and easier for everybody. So then I've got to, people like me who don't know shit about computers, I've got to go learn all over again. And I thought that's what they've done, which they might well have done. They just haven't told me, because I've got to go through a whole bunch of new different steps to try and load a video onto the computer. Oh, it's hell. Anyway, I was losing my mind. So I'm thinking, fuck, that's all I need. I to start not making videos, and then, after all this bloody hard work I've been doing over the last, it's coming up on 3 years in a couple of months. I don't want to go down the crapper just because. Anyway, so I managed to figure that out. So that's because I don't really sort of like these sort of aggravation. I like things just to work. Just to work the way they bloody well should. Not a troll. Thatcher stopped the milk. Yeah, I believe it was her. For so, why is the logic? Because you're right. I believe it was her. Because I don't understand what the logic is. You've got a thing, okay. I mean, it must be a money thing. But of all the things that you could cut, in the, it's not like the tax, not like the government are doing much with our tax money anyway. They're pissing that away every chance they get. But to cut milk for school children, and why has no politician tried to reintroduce this? I mean, back when they stopped it 45 years ago, you'd figure somebody, because they're always talking about obesity in children, trying to stop people from getting obese so they can put less of a drain on the national health system. Although it hasn't occurred to them that having unwanted people in the country is putting a strain on the national health anyway. Well, I think we know who we're talking about here. But and like that, and it hasn't occurred to them to sort of reintroduce, because they know that kids are drinking milk, they know that kids are eating chips and bags of crisps for their dinner. Half of them know what a bloody cabbage looks like. At least for the small children, when you get to the teenagers, you can't do much with them. But for the for the 5-year-olds, reintroduce the half-pint milks. And it's it's got to be good. It's got to be good for the kids. It's got to be good in the long run, because those 5-year-olds in 40 years' time, they're going to be middle-aged adults who are going to need the national health. And if they get into a habit of, in a young at a young age to, associate milk with the way things, are. It's easier to teach a young kid. Not a troll. There was an ad on the stream when I rejoined. It was only like 5 seconds. Are you talking about this live stream? Not a troll. That's the thing. Sometimes it's difficult to fill in the see, because you know what you're talking about. When I have to read it, I have to fill in the gaps and hopefully try and decipher. But the thing is, I wasn't aware that any ads were on this live. I know they are afterwards because I put them on there. Which reminds me, if anybody wants to help the channel, there are several ways of doing it, but one of them, the one that doesn't involve you doing bugger all, is to I'm trying to find my finger on the screen here. The ads that will appear at the bottom of the screen on this live or on my cookery videos. If what I'm doing, I'm not allowing the long adverts. I don't get. It means I earn a whole lot. Well, the channel earn a whole lot less money, but it means that you don't have to sit through all these 30 seconds adverts. Some of them go into minutes. Some of them can be 15 minutes. There's 40 odd minute ones occasionally. But I deliberately avoid those. I discount those so you don't have to watch them. But it's only the 5 second one. It'll either appear on the bottom of the screen for like 30 seconds, but it doesn't involve disturbing your viewing of the video, or it will stop the video for 6 seconds, play a 6 second ad, and then straight back. If you can allow those to play, it means that for each ad that you allow to play, it means that it's subsidizing the next video. But yeah, I mean, I'm not aware. I'm not aware if there are any right now live, but on the rerun there will be when I put some on there. I'll put a bunch on there, but they won't be the ones that are interfering with the quality show that we're putting on here. Frankie Han, Maggie Thatcher, the milk snatcher, as my dad says. Indeed, yeah, she was out of her mind when she did that. Not a trolls, and the farmers are pouring milk away. I would imagine, yeah, if because I've heard of that. You talk here about the Butter Mountains and all this lot, But yeah, I mean, there will be a lot of wastage. Batesy Boyo, Mark, will you get a COVID-19 vaccine? Actually, that's interesting. Actually, COVID-19 vaccine. If they roll one out, I don't trust the government with those sort of things. Well, that's the thing. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the government, in my opinion, I mean, they can't be. There are people who wholly trust the government, but get my. I'm not saying I'm a big expert on these things, but I know enough not to trust the government in everything. The thing is, if they do bring one out, I mean, admittedly, I'm just going to say, it's very quick for them to bring out a vaccine. It's only been several months. But apparently, this vaccine works. That they were developing this thing years and years ago for a different ailment, and apparently, this works with the same thing. But yeah, see, I was just thinking about this the other day. COVID-19, otherwise known as the Chinese flu, because it was a Chinese who dumped it on the world. All right, but COVID-19. I mean, what happened to COVID-15, COVID-16, COVID-17, COVID-18? I mean, am I missing something here? I mean, COVID-19. Why start at 19? What happened to all the other 1 through 18? I don't know. Okay. Op 2 Hudson, when he was at school in the 80s and 90s, they had milk, but they had to pay for it. Yeah. You see, the thing is, it was the mid 70s for me, at least where we were. They at least they had it while I was there. But yeah, having to pay for it, it's a bit rough. I mean, perhaps subsidized, that'd be an okay thing, you know. Christ, it's like, the taxpayers pay for it anyway. But if they were to, like halve it and, but the parents subsidize it, maybe that would be work. Not a Troll says thumbs up, subscribe, and watch the ads, guys. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, but by the time, if anybody's rewatching this, the ads will hopefully be showing. But yeah, it'd be great. The thing is, there are ways to copy. I don't try and push the. If people want to do it, great. But I try not to push that because I figure why give you hard-earned money to. But watching the ad, or you don't have to watch the ads, just let them play. That helps. The fucking thing that really gets me when I'm watching videos. And I'm watching a guy who's got, several people, that I might come across on the YouTube, and they've got like 470,000 subscribers, and each video goes into the hundreds of thousands. And they're at the end of it, they're all saying, yeah, if you want to contribute via PayPal, give me your hard-earned money and put it into PayPal, so then I don't have to fucking go to work. I can just stay at home all day making video. Not in so many words, but. It gets me though. It's like fuck off. It's like, yeah, all right, great. If people do, it's much appreciated. All right, it really is. But I hate to watch these people when they've got so many thousand. When you've got 70,000 subscribers or more, and you're getting regularly, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,000 viewings on each video. I don't know how much ad money that would be. I tell you, because they pay a fraction of a penny. And then they got the nerve to be asking people for their money. I figure, look, just watch the ads. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps out the channel. There you go. So, but now anyway, yeah, I want to get. Oh, let me. Okay, now it's going flat now. Oh, Pete and Dawn, have you had any lavish lunches lately? Yeah, well, I've had some really nice beef, really wafer thin sliced beef sandwiches in the last half a dozen videos. I've had some corned beef stuff, some really nice, lavish for me, What was I saying? Yeah, I had to go see the agency because I had to go in and take him in, update my files and all that lot, and give my what do they call that, the national insurance number and all that, basically refill the forms out and stuff. Which means I had to go get a bus. Now it has been months since I've been on lockdown, so it's been months and months and months since I've been on the bus. Now, I knew that when the last time I got a bus, a daily ticket was like $4.70. So I figured I'd take a £5 note and a bunch of change because I figured it may have gone up. So I'll go there and I get on the bus. And of course, it's difficult enough because you've got that guy, he's got that plastic screen between the passengers and the driver. So it's difficult enough to understand what the bloody hell he's saying through that. But it turns out it's £4.80. Okay, so I put 5 down. And I'm counting 80p to give him £5.80, so hopefully get a pound change. And he says, I haven't got any change. And I'm like, what? I'm thinking he hasn't got any pound notes, pound coins to give it. Okay, fine, So I said, you haven't got any change? Fine, okay, And he's going, I can't take that. I haven't got any change. Can't take the £5 note, although it's fucking 20p, if I don't give him the extra coins, it's 20p change. No big thing. But I didn't quite understand what he's saying because it's difficult to hear him through the plastic. I got the impression I got from his tone was he's not going to take the money because he's not taking change, right? He hasn't got any change because he's not accepting money. And he points to this thing on the glass that says we're only taking what's that, a fucking stupid thing, wireless. Who invented that? Was a plank, wireless transaction where you just got to put your card over the receiver instead of putting your pin in, like to be safe, so no fucking get your money. You just scan the thing over and you pay for your thing. He points to that, and I'm saying, well, the thing I said to him, I don't have wireless payment. Because I actually sent my card back to the bank when they sent me one. I said, I think it's a stupid idea. I don't want it. I want the fucking one with the PIN number. So I don't have wireless, right? If I ever use a machine, it's with the digits, my PIN number. I told him I don't have a wireless thing. And under the impression that he's not taking any money because he's only taking the wireless, I said, look, I need to get 2 buses, this bus and the next bus. Can I just get a ride to the city centre and I will give the next bus driver the money and hopefully he'll take it, or I'll go to the bus depot and buy a ticket from the city centre. And he said, no, you need a ticket to ride on the bus. I was like, mate, I've got the fucking money right here. Do you want the money? Because, he's going, well, listen, what you need to do is to get off and go to the shop and get the correct money. What? And I'm in a fucking mood because I need 2 buses. I've got about an hour and a half to get 2 buses over to this place to resign. And oh man, I was close to punching the glass thing at that point. But what he was saying, but the thing is, what he could have said to avoid any miscommunication was, when I put the £5 down, he could have said, look, you can pay with a £5 note, but I can't give you any change because I don't have any. That would have been fine. But no, but first of all, he says that, I don't got any, because I'm trying to give him 80p. I don't have any change. And then telling me, pointing to the thing, or he called me mate as well. So look, mate, we've been doing, the cordless sticker on there. It's been on there for a month, mate. I said, look, mate, I haven't been on the bus for several months, so I don't know, I fucking hate that when it's strange to call you mate. Anyway, so I'm saying, I'm trying to persuade him to let me get on the bus and pay for it up the city centre on the second bus. He won't have that because I have to buy a ticket to ride on the fucking bus. And in the end, because in the end, I just said, look, why don't you keep the change? And then he's trying to tell me, he's saying, well, it's not me that keeps the change, it's the NHS. We donate it to them. Well, fine. Here's the £5. Look, buy yourself a fucking lollipop, all right? Just give me, keep it. Keep it. I told him to buy a lollipop. Anyway, so I get my ticket and get on the bus, and oh fuck me, it took me hours to stop stewing over that because it was just driving me mad. Because through his because I was getting shit from a guy who was going out of his way not to be helpful, telling me that because he never told me at first, or he never told me at all that you can pay with a £5, but you'll lose your change. It's only 20p. Who gives a shit? But telling me that I can't pay because he's not taking change, or he hasn't got change, and all this shit, and he wanted me to get off the bus, go to the shop, and get exact money, and because the thing is, because of the limited bus, it's only every other bus that's showing up anyway. So every second bus doesn't come because I don't know, limited drivers or something. Oh, but it was a nightmare, that the guy just wouldn't fucking work with you, and. It wasn't like I was trying to scam a free ride. I told the guy, and I said to the guy, although I've never met this driver before, sometimes you meet the same drivers over and over because they drive the same bus. From his, because I've done that before. I've got on the bus. If you're going on, you're trying to buy a monthly ticket. Monthly ticket's like 58 quid or something like that. And you go on, and the guy says, "Oh shit." Sometimes he doesn't want to spend the 2 minutes making up your monthly card because he's on a deadline to get from one bus stop to another, or he doesn't have the change to be able to give it. So he's, look, I tell you what, look, keep that. And he's like, fine, listen, I'm getting 2 buses anyway. I'll just give this to the second guy. And yeah, fine, great. But this guy was just being an awkward bastard, you know. And the thing is, I wasn't about to get off the fucking bus anyway, because, you know, I mean, I'd already been sitting there 20 minutes waiting on the bus. This was coming up on 11:30 this morning. So that gave me 2 hours to get 2 buses, which is pretty much, I mean, well within target timetable range, you know. But because of the limited buses, I couldn't afford to get off the bus, walk to the shop, get some change. I mean, I'd have to fucking buy something for 20 pence to get £4.80 change back to give him exact fucking money. I don't even know if they do anything for 20 pence. Back in the old days, well, you know, back in '75, you could buy a tube of Smarties, but now, you know, go to Chippy and buy a sachet of ketchup, maybe, you know. Anyway, so I wasn't about to get off, so I'm arguing with him about, you know, I told him, look, just keep the change, buy yourself a fucking lollipop and just give me my ticket, you know, because, you know, I just needed to get up to, you know, places to be. So I had to go and re-sign up with my paperwork and my P45 and national insurance and all that shit. And then yeah, so you know, start on Monday. It's for the same company but a different building. You know, it is for the John Lewis Group. They've got like 3 buildings all on the one street. You know, with a Waitrose or something across the road, and you know, Waitrose factory. So I'm working on one of these other buildings. What the one I was originally working at last year, well, before the lockdown, was the one with the mattress. I was talking before about the mattresses and the big double mattresses. Well, actually, there's about 6 or 7 different size mattresses. So you got humble loads around, flat pack furniture, televisions. Fucking hell, yeah. I mean, there's like everything from 32 to you know, I mean, television's so big you need 2 people to lift. I mean, some of these televisions are quite big. You know, these are 60 odd. I mean, we can lift those 60 odd inch television. We can lift those, but you got even bigger televisions that are so big they come on its own pallet. You know, a pallet that's like 6 foot wide, but only that that deep. You know, so it's like like imagine a stack of DVD. Anyway, you know, it's about that wide, well, that you know, and then so that's how big the telly is, and then it stands about, if I'm standing, stands up to about here, you know, with 2 guys. Yeah, you definitely need 2 people to hump those around. What was the other? But there was something else that was a bloody annoying me as well. Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, anyway, but yeah, that was that asshole bus driver. You know, I mean, that's the thing. When a guy will go out of his way to be fucking with you, you know, and you know, he's got no. And the thing is, the amount of argument. You see, the thing is, I mean, look, there was a few people on the bus, okay, but see, this is where the mentality. I mean, me, I don't usually have this mentality of what I'm about to tell you, you know, because I'm normally a helpful kind of guy. I can be an asshole, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, I'm one of these people. If someone's having an argument with somebody with a cashier or something, I'll jump in and say, "No, you're wrong," you know, or you know, and I'm just a complete stranger in the queue. I've done that. I've actually gone in, told the cashier bloke, "No, you're wrong. The customer over here is talking sense. You're, you know, you're being unreasonable." Just out of the blue, you know. But what I'm saying is, you know, I'm arguing with this fucker about. You know, the bit, because the thing is, like I say, it's hard to hear him through that plastic screen, and he doesn't make my money. He wants me to go and get correct change. I'm saying to him, look, I've got the money here. All right, I'm not about to pay you on fucking wireless because I don't have wireless, so that means I'm fucked unless you take the money. I've got the money here. I don't care about the change. Just keep. No fucker on the bus came forward and says, you know what? Why don't you give me the £5 note? I'll pay for the wireless on the. Let's get this fucking bus moving. Nobody. If I had wireless, I mean, I've done this. I've done this before where somebody's got on. They're trying to pay with a £10 note, and the bus driver says, "Look, I haven't got any change. I can't change a tenner. You're gonna have to go up to the shop." I've actually gone up and says, "Look, here's a £5 note and 5 £1 coins. See what you can do with that. Just to get the bus moving. To be a helpful guy, get the bus going. I've got to go to work, But no, nobody stood up and said, I'm arguing with the fucking bus driver for 2 minutes, right? Nobody stood up and says, "Give me a fiver. I'll put it on my wireless thing here." Because for most people that would have been a benefit, having £5 in their pocket as opposed to £5 in their card. At least they've got, so it would benefit some people. But nobody did that. Nobody fucking. Because everybody. That's the thing about. I mean, like I say, I don't understand it, but there is a "fuck you, it doesn't involve me" attitude. The amount of times I've got, when you come through the door, you get those leaflets come through the door, and sometimes it'll be say Burger King doing a promotion, right? They got a 2-page leaflet. There's 30 vouchers printed on it, right? Buy one Whopper, get one free. There's a whole bunch of different ones. Buy a cheeseburger, get some free chips or whatever. I have one in my, if I have one in my bag, I'm going to Burger King. I'll get what I want. I'll figure, well, I don't eat the cheeseburgers much. I don't eat the veggie burgers. I'll have a Whopper. I rip the Whopper out. I actually said to the guy behind me, "Listen, is there anything on here you want before you get to the? I'll fucking share my vouchers with somebody." But nobody does that. Nobody does that. Nobody does fuck all for the next guy. It's like everybody's out for themselves. Fuck the next guy. I'm not, like that. That's the, I don't know. Fucking getting annoyed, but that's the mentality of the way things are going now. Nobody looks out for the for anybody else. To me, it's not. I've done that in again. I've done it in what's that one with the fucking Subway sandwich? I've done that in Subway sandwich. I've had a few vouchers. I want the footlong. I don't go in there very often, so I'll just have the footlong. Offer it to the guy behind. Is there anything on there you want? By all means, jump in and have And I say, sometimes I say, look, just take what you want, give it to somebody else when you're done with it. Nobody's ever done that. I've seen people in there with vouchers. They'll rip the one voucher out. They're not going to use any other vouchers. They won't offer them to anybody. I tell you what a cheeky fucker I was, though. When I used to work at Burger King, I used to go go in there about half an hour before my shift, and I would buy a couple of burgers, sit at the table, and have a few drinks before my shift started. And I've actually gone in my bag, pulled out some Burger King vouchers, and offered them. Offered them to people in the queue, and they're like, "Oh, thanks very much. Oh, he's a nice guy, talking to their wife. Oh, nice fella." And they've watched me walk through the door, behind the counter, past the milkshake machine, and into the back. And they go, "Oh, he actually works here." Shit. So I'm already costing the company money before I even started work by handing these vouchers out. But that's what you do, just fucking do something for somebody, Anyway, Pete and Dawn, haha. Oh, Pete and Dawn have donated £2. Thank you very much, Pete and Dawn, to the Chip Butty Fund. Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. Actually, yeah, it'll either go for the Chip Butty Fund or the protection mask for the beehive factory that I'm hopefully getting delivered soon. I've already ordered my beehive, so I mean, hopefully arriving. It's been about 2 weeks now. Yeah, but that's very generous. Pete and Dawn, big shout out for Pete and Dawn there. Thank you very much. There you go. But for anybody, I mean, that's one way to do it. But if anybody wants to do it without actually costing any money, the adverts, watching the ads is also helpful. I mean, I figure if everybody does it, maybe I can make some decent videos once in a while. Anyway, but thank you very much, Ethan Dawn. Big shout out. Not a troll. Nowadays, it's all I'm all right, Jack, and stuff the other guy. Exactly. It really is. You know. You know, I've you know, and the funny, you know what I've also done in you know, so if I buy, I've actually bought day tickets, like I did today. You buy a ticket and it gives you unlimited usage on the Arriva. Is it Arriva? Arriva buses. Okay, unlimited use on the buses. I've got on one bus, get to the city, get another bus to Bletchley, come back on another bus, and then another bus to home. Right, so I've actually got off the bus, and there's you know, there might be somebody waiting. I'm getting off the bus, and that's the last time I'm going to use the bus. I've actually taken my ticket out of pocket. Right, look, I've got a day pass here. It's good until midnight tonight. So you got another 5-6 hours use on it. Anybody want it? No money, just take it. You know, and they fucking look at you like, oh, what's he up to? You know, this is really trying to do a good fucking thing. You know, I mean, I've paid out the ticket. I don't want any money for it. Just if you can use it, save you a quid, fuck it. You know, but yeah, they look at you like you're fucking mad or something. Yeah, you just can't give stuff away nowadays. My guide, not troll. I'll send more info if you're interested. Hello. Okay, as you get a few nutty messages. Frankie Hand, has anybody ever told you look like a bit like Ricky Gervais? Actually, yeah, but it's only people on YouTube. You know, the viewers, either on the live or, you know, the cookery videos and that. Nobody in person, you know, says it. But yeah, I do get it on. You know, I mean, I don't see it, but you know, there was a guy that River Island, I think it was 5 years ago. I had to move to another department in the warehouse, and I was talking to this guy. And well, the thing is, I mean, I'm 5'10", so he must have been 5'4". He was a little fella, this old guy in his late 50s, I guess. And as soon as I saw him, I said, "Has anybody ever told you you look just like Clint Eastwood?" And he fucking did, right? And he's like, "Oh yeah, oh, God." It's like he's been hearing it every 5 minutes for the last 45 years, you know. You know, but yeah, I swear to God, he looked. You imagine a 5'4". I mean, the guy looked like Clint Eastwood. Not you know. It's like he could have been his clone or his brother or something. But it was freaky how, you know. I mean, because immediately I said to him, and as soon as I said it to him, you could tell. Yeah, he's had this all his life. Do you look like Clint Eastwood? You know. But no, I mean, it was scary. I wish I had a fucking photograph because it was, it was crazy how similar he looked, you know, to Clint Eastwood. Although, you know, I've actually met a few celebs in my time. But I'm trying to think. There's not many. I haven't really. I don't think. I'm trying to think of anybody who I've worked with. I worked with a guy who had I actually mentioned it to him. He couldn't see it, but a very, you know, a slight resemblance to a young. Who's that guy? Mork and Mindy. Anybody? Yeah. But anyway, he looked like him. You know, like very similar. You know. But yeah, I mean, aside from the real life celebs that I've seen, I've seen only seen a couple of lookalikes. Not a troll. Sorry, Mark. I'm talking to people in the chat and you at the same time. Not sure why. Make a merger. Pete and Dawn asking about the bees. Are you getting a hive? Yes, I ordered a beehive a couple of weeks ago, and I'm hoping they're going to take too much longer. I would imagine it'd take a month. What's it called? Flow hive. If you type into YouTube here, flow hive, FLO, might be a W on the end. I don't know. Hive. Anyway, that's the company. I've ordered that because I'll be getting the allotment when the allotment people, ugh, when they finally get around to it. Oh, that was the other thing that fucking pissed me off. Yeah, because what do when that arrives and and get the allotment, I'll be putting the allotment, the beehive on the allotment, and I'll get a little what do they call that, honey factory going, and I'll probably give a bunch away. I'll try and sell some to recoup the money for the beehive. Yeah, because I don't like, I'll have to sell some to recoup the money. But that's it, right? January, February, March, April. April 1. Hello, picture froze then. April 1, which was a month, a month and 2 weeks ago, a month and a half ago. April 1 was when the allotments rent comes up. Okay, so it's then you get people who it's then you get people who have who have either say died and they're not renewing their allotment, or they moved out of the area and they're not renewing the allotment, or they figure, fuck this, I don't want to pay another year's worth of rental on the allotment for the amount of veg that I'm growing. It's just not worth it. It's too much hard work. It's a big pain in the ass. So April 1 is when all the allotments start coming up for grabs. And I put my name down 4 months in advance. And of course, April 1 comes round, no word. So I'll give it, 3 or 4 days. I go around the office, the council office, and I say, look, it's been a few days, considering this virus thing's been going around. I understand there's, they've got their own problems. But I'll go in and say, look, is there any word on when I get get my hands on the allotment? And they say their response is, well, look, the thing is, we got better priorities than to be dealing with your fucking allotment, right? So all right, fair enough. Okay, well, let me know when so I'll give it 2 weeks. I go back in, I say, look, I don't want to be a pain, but I'm just wondering, is there any word on so they say, right, give me a number, I'll pass it on to the woman who deals with this. Of course, she never fucking phones up. So I give it another couple of weeks. I go in, I say, look, I don't want to be a pain, but I'd really like to get my hands on an allotment, because I'm going out of my fucking mind. My back's aching because I'm not really mobile. I want to get out and do a hobby. And they're like, same old thing. Look, we've got better things to be doing. Well, our priority is not really high on the priority list. So I go away. I've been over there about 4 times now. And the last time I went in, and of course, all the time, in between times, I'm coming in. What I'm doing, I'm trying to keep them sweet, right? So I'll go to the co-op. I'll spend 15 quid on some nappies, right? I'll go in there and spend. I must have spent about. What's it? I spent 50 quid plus. What was the last lot? I think it's about 60 quid in baby food and nappies and that, which everybody can do as well if they want. They can, you don't have to go that mad, but just get a few things, nappies, baby food, canned stuff. Go down your local council office and dump it in there, and they'll hand it out to who the fuck is this? Families. All right. All right, I've who is this? Um, are you celebrating your 50th birthday in June? Well, birthday's in June. I won't be celebrating it on account, fucking hell. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, so I'm buying this stuff. Well, one, because I like to contribute, whenever possible. And two, I figure this would be a slick way for them to say, well, okay, look, he's doing us a good thing. Let's do it. Let's just do our job and get him a fucking allotment thing. So I'm like, it's two for one. It's kind of me being a nice guy, me being a nice guy, and it has a little bit of selfish, because I want them to be sort of like looking favourably on my harassing them for my allotment. So anyway, yeah, so the fourth time I go in, right, I find the woman who's actually dealing with it. And I go in, I say, look, I don't want to be a pain. I just want to find out about the allotment. She starts on about, yeah, we've got better, again, with the priorities, we've got better things to be doing. I said, look, don't worry, I've got that sorted, right? Because I said, look, the thing is, what I want to do, I want to get a woman, because one, I want to grow some potatoes and some carrots and shit, right? And I said, look, there's only a limit to how much I can eat and how much I can give it. Because what I want to do, my plan is to go to the meeting place around the corner where the people hang out. It's a social place. People going for cups of tea and to hang out and shit, right? I said, look, I'm going to be donating a bunch of carrots and potatoes over to them so they can, give them away to anybody who's a bit short. And also, I'm going to be giving the surplus to you people. So all these nappies and baby food I've been bringing in, you can add the potatoes to that, hand them out to people who need a leg up. So I said, well, look, it's not all about me. I don't, I realize I've been hassling you, but there is a reason because I want to be able to I want to contribute to helping people. And she's going, oh, yeah, fucking. And the I said, well, she said, well, the thing is, we're up to our ears in trying to get this stuff delivered. I said, and basically we haven't got anybody allocated to sort out the the allotments. I said, look, don't worry, I've got that sorted as well. Okay, and I said, because what I said was, if you want, because she doesn't want to hear it from me, right? So I said, look, listen, I have a solution. I realize you're up to your ears in other priorities, but I have a solution to this problem. Do you want to hear it? No, no, no. We don't want to look. I can't be. I said, it doesn't cost you any money to fucking listen. She said, no, 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 no. Look, the thing is, we can't be. Like it's just too. She actually didn't want to hear it. What I was going to suggest to her, I said, look, the reason why I want the allotment to give you some potatoes so you can give it to the people who need a hand. It won't cost. It won't fucking involve you. Just give me a map. Give me a map with all the allotments that are up for grabs. I will take the map. I will go to the allotment. I will choose one. I will stake my claim on there. Give you the map back or keep the map. I don't give a fuck. The map's not the. I will claim an allotment. I will work the allotment, and then whenever you are available, that's when I'll give you the money. All right. Don't worry about fucking taking the money. Don't worry about putting my name on a form. The application form. It's all done. And anything else we can do out later. Just give me the map. Tell me what slots, what plots are available. I will choose one, and then in a month's time, I'll give you the rent money whenever you But no, she didn't want to hear any of that. And I'm thinking, how the fuck? What do I have to do to fucking help somebody here? But no, she was adamant. She didn't want to hear that solution. But the thing is, I'm used to working in places. I'm not one of these guys who tries to make. Well, yeah, I mean, I make problems for people sometimes. But my point is, I'm one of these people who will try and make a solution to a problem. If there is if there's a problem and I need this problem to be solved in order to progress, whatever it could be. in life, at the warehouse, in the allotments. So she has a problem. She's got other priorities. She can't be bothered with dealing with fucking people's rent money and dishing out allotments. So fine, I will do it, and we'll sort out the rent money in a month. Problem solved. And I figured by telling her it's in her benefit, because one, she doesn't have to do anything. Two, I will find the allotment that I want and I will claim it and sort out the rent money later. Great. That's two. And three, I can start growing stuff which I will give to her, which will bolster the food donation bank. Everybody's a fucking winner, But no, she didn't want to, And then the strange thing is, I thought, oh Jesus! So I'm going out the door, and I'm thinking, oh shit, all right. I'm saying to myself, well, it wouldn't cost me any fucking money to. I wasn't even able to tell her all of this because she wasn't interested in listening to it. I'm saying I've got a solution. If you want it, no, I really, no, really, we don't want to fucking hear about your solutions. I go to the shop. 20 minutes later, I'm coming back. I'm actually coming out. I'm walking past the council door with a loaf of bread to feed the dogs. She comes out saying, "Oh, excuse me, sir, and I was thinking, can we take your phone number and whatnot?" I said, what? Now she wants my phone number and email address. So I've got the impression that she's going to fast track. Thinking, oh, all right, well, maybe she did take on board what I was telling her, and And she takes my details. She says, there's some allotments coming up on this allotment or the next allotment. And I said, perfect. Yeah, listen, the one here is perfect. The one over there is fine. Whichever one comes up, I can get going. I can get busy. Takes my phone, takes my email. Nothing. That was like 2 weeks ago. So I figured she was actually going to do something. Knowing that. I'm not some fucking deadbeat that's walking in wanting something for nothing. I've been contributing via items from the shop, but also I want to grow stuff to bolster what I'm donating as well. I'm just, but it's like that old saying, what was it? No good deed goes unpunished. That's what it is. You just can't sometimes you just can't help people. No matter what you do. Thing is, when I've gone in there with my shopping trolley, the last one I went in there with, I took 20 bottles of baby food. That was it. They're all over you. You walk in there, said, "Oh, I've got a bag full of baby." Fuck mate, right? They're jumping over the counter pretty much to get you in the through the other door to put your stuff on the table. Oh, and by the way, and if anybody's interested, you can go to the co-op. That's what I did. They got certain brands, Cow and Gate, I think. You get 4 jars for £2, so that's 50p each. So so 20 jars cost you about a tenner. But you don't have to spend that much. Whatever, you just buy 4 jars for £2 if you fancy. But that's what it's like. You can get them as little as 50p for a jar of beef pasta, baby food. Which sounds. But yeah, if anybody did want to do that, but yeah, you walk in there with a bag full of 20 fucking bottles of baby food. They're like they're your best friend for, but you go in there asking, say, like, the thing is, it's not like, I gave them a lot of lead time anyway. Fuck me, it's been a month and a half over the date, of which of when they should have been allocated. And then I go in with a solution that involves them doing nothing. Just give me a map, tell me what's available. I'll go find one and I'll put my name on it, So anyway. Mystic Genie. First live stream I've watched. What do you mean? I've done loads. Your channel should have more subs. Some great and captivating meal ideas, Mark. Oh, thank you ever so. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't do that on the live, but I do that on the cookery, the regular videos. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. I should have more subs. The thing is, I tell you what, I just can't believe it. when I look on you know, because there's other people's videos I watch occasionally. I watch somebody else's cookery stuff or other videos, and I'll see somebody with 7,000 subscribers, but they've got like 92 videos. Well, how the fuck does that happen? I've got 1,600 subscribers, and I've got over 900 videos. So it's like maybe I should. I'm trying to do a mix of quantity and quality, but I'm wondering whether I should sort of like go back to making one a week or something. Well, I don't know whether that would help. um, because I'm churning them out every other day, but I don't know. Don't get me wrong. 1,600. I think it's 1,660 or 1,670 subscribers. But when you figure in the amount of time I've been doing it, coming up on 3 years, with the amount of videos that I've actually churned out, and then I look at somebody else who's done 1/10 of that, that they've only got like 90 something videos, but 6-7 times, I don't know, more subscribers. Yeah, it's strange. I tell you, I kind of joke with people at work, but it's true. We got the subjects of my channel sometimes, and I say to them, listen, the only way, if you want, the way to get 1 million subscribers is to be a 16-year-old brainless girl doing nail polish reviews, which I kind of say jokingly, but it's kind of true. I've skipped through a few of these channels just to see what these people, what they're doing to get 1 million subscribers. And I swear to Christ, a lot of the time there's like a 20-year-old doing makeup tutorial. I mean, what the, you got to do videos on some brainless shit, and then you get 1 million subscribers. But you try and do something useful, all right, something that helps out, and it doesn't really sort of it really has to be brainless shit. There's a guy I've been watching recently, but what they call culverts. When you've got a big hill, right? You've got a road going across it. Underneath the road, there is a tunnel. Like a tunnel that goes through the mountain, and basically it takes flood water from one side of the road from the lake, and it drains it straight through the tunnel into the other. They get clogged up with branches and shopping trolleys and mud and rocks and all kinds of stuff. And the council, this is American towns and cities. The council are not going to pay blokes to go around and clear it up. So what they do, there's a couple of guys. Sometimes they're on their own. They go around and they unblock these things, and they film it. They get hundreds of thousands of views. Literally up in the high hundreds of thousands, and they're unplugged. They're up to their knees in pond water, dragging bushes and rocks and branches and all kinds of sludge out of the drains that are blocking the. It's amazing what people will. Don't get me wrong. I was watching it. I find it quite interesting, actually. But yeah, this is how you get some decent subscriber numbers. Hayes, half a cord or full one. Probably talking about a cord of wood to somebody. Actually, it's interesting. If you are talking about a cord of wood, I think a cord of wood is for say you've got a rectangle, like a Lego block, for example, like that, or a Mars bar shape for anybody who doesn't know what a fucking rectangle is. I believe it's 4 feet by 4 feet by 8 feet. So you imagine if you've got a telephone box which is 8 feet tall, 4 feet at the front, wide, and 4 feet deep. I believe that's, of course, you can lay it on its side, it'd still be the same dimensions. If you're talking about a cord of wood, then I believe that's what the dimensions are, 4 by 4 by 8 feet. Well, that's the thing. CCR 2971. Mark, you need to go to the allotment and sweet talk the allotment manager. Well, the thing is, that's what this woman is. She's the manager woman who, because the council office is right next to the allotment. Well, like there's a group of shops with a pond, and the allotments is next to it. But she's the one who does all this stuff. And I thought I was sweet talking them by going in and showing an interest in the allotment, and also donating stuff while I'm there. Well, no, they weren't. If they like you, then they will get you the plot. It seems they choose who they want to get it in. Well, yeah, I mean, with you there. I mean, that's partly why. I mean, like I say, I mean, part of it was selfish that I want to get into their good books by going in there with a bag of baby food and nappies and stuff, and partly because I want to, of course, I want to help out. So it's like a 2 for 1. Thinking they if they see me going in there 4 times, I've got a bag full of baby food. Oh, by the way, any word on the what this, but no, they don't give a shit. It's like, look, we haven't got time for it. What the fuck, what the things. I gave them the solution. Just give me the map. I'll find my own allotment slot, and I'll mark it on the map. And no. Pete and Dawn, how are your tomato plants? Yeah, I tell you what, they are growing pretty well. I went out there with a pair of scissors and trimmed a load of leaves off of it. But yeah, we've had some good sunshine, and they're growing quite well. Can anybody tell me? Is it the last 3 or 4 live streams, the picture's been jumping? Is that happening a lot for anybody out there? Is the picture freezing and stopping and pausing? Yeah, I haven't. No, hello. Oh, it did for about 2 seconds then as I was talking. Liam Larson, welcome to the channel. I've just subbed. Excellent. Don't forget to hit the bell icon, by the way. If anybody is just subbed, or they've subbed in the past, or they hit the bell icon and hit all. All right, and then you'll be alerted to when I do a live stream, and you'll be alerted to when I've loaded up a video. You're under no obligation to watch it. It'll just mean that you'll be told when one arrives. So yeah, hit the all after you've subscribed. So yeah, Liam Larson, I've just subbed. Being 18 and living alone, your videos really help to save money. Oh, well, that's good news. In fact, I've actually got a subsection of videos. If you type in Mark's Remarks money saving tip, I've done about, I don't know, I've done about 13 of them. Each of them is a good way to save money on stuff. How to get most out of a bar of soap, how to get free shower gel. What else? How to get free postcards. Lots of different stuff. But no, it's good. It's good if you're saving money by following my cookery tips. The trick is, Liam Larson is, and anybody else, is to buy shop brands. I tell everybody, but people don't listen to me. If I'm at work, and I've known a guy who swore blind that you get what you pay for. But yeah, well, he just couldn't see the sense. My brother, last time I went, I don't know if he still does. He's a bit of a stupid fucker, so maybe he still does. But I went shopping with him years ago. He'd be buying the Green Giant sweet corn. And I'd be saying, Carl, look, I'm buying the shop brand. I can get 2.5 tins for the price of your one. Do the math, it's fucking. But yeah, shop brands all the way. I mean, when I was a kid, there used to be a stigma about buying shop brands. I don't know whether it's the stigma has gone or the fact that I personally don't give a shit, I've actually gone to the supermarket and I've loaded the conveyor belt up. I must have had 30, 35 items. 32 of them were shop brand. The basics, low budget. I absolutely go. It's not that I don't have any shame. I mean, I get embarrassed by my actions sometimes, but in this case, not in the slightest. I have no problem having a conveyor belt with 30 packs of budget food items. Whatever. Every shop has got their own word for it. Budget, shop brand, low cost. Whatever their wording for the shop brand bargain basement cheapest items on the shelf. I have and that's the way to go. If you want to see how to, again, to, where was he gone? Liam Larson. If you write down a little bit of paper, Mark's remarks, well, in actual fact, don't have to write it down, but go onto my playlist and you'll see all the playlists, the how-to, the DVDs, Asda, Tesco's, Co-op, all of it. In the playlist, you'll see Mark's Remarks £25 challenge. Oh, fuck. If you want to learn how to spend £25 and make exactly 12 dinners out of £25, I'll show you. I've done it at Tesco. I've done it at Morrison's. I've done it at Asda. I've done it at 3, I believe. I've gone in there with £25 and I've made as many dinners as I possibly can. I mean, on each of them, it's amazing. On all 3 shops with £25, I can make exactly 12 dinners, which on average, because the thing is, on my whiteboard, I used to write down, a pack of chicken nuggets for £1. You get 30, for example, right? £1 for a pack of nuggets, and there's 30 nuggets, so that makes blah 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 pence each, right? So I'd write on it, I'm using, for this dinner, I'm using 3 nuggets, which comes to 4 pence. Okay, I'm using 1/4 of a bag of chips, frozen chips, which comes to 55 pence each. I'm using some mixed vegetables, which I've got like 9 different types of vegetables. I'll take a little bit from every bag, a handful of peas, handful of sweet corn, handful of Brussels sprouts, handful of cabbage, handful of carrots, and I'll put them into freezer bags. So I figure out how much all the 9 bags of veg cost, divided by how many freezer bags I can fill. Say I've got 9 bags of frozen veg, which turns into 15 freezer bags full. So that's divided up, turns out to be 55. Each bag of mixed veg that I've made costs, for example, 55 pence. So I'm using 1 bag, 55 pence on the whiteboard. So every single dinner was itemized. 4 pence on chicken nuggets, 55p on vegetables, 65p on chips, 17p on a bread roll. Everything was itemized. So while some dinners were £3, some dinners were £1.20. But when you average out, £25 turns into 12 dinners, works out as £2. I think it's £2.20. Somebody correct me. £2.22. £2, 12, 24. Yeah, well, yeah. I think it was approximately £2.22 on average. So some would be more, some would be less, but the average was £2.22. That's how you save money. Okay, so if you want to, if you want to learn how to eat cheap, Liam Larson, then go onto my playlist and have a look at. I'll tell you what. I wasn't eating crap either. I had at least 2 meats, I think, in every dinner. Sometimes it'll be some fish. It'll be a piece of fish and some ham in breadcrumb. Okay, and then some chips, and then a selection of this bag. I would have like 7 different vegetables in this freezer bag. So all I got to do is pull one freezer bag out of the freezer. That's got 7 vegetables in it. I know it cost me 55p because I've divided up it all into, divided into down to the penny. So I was eating veg. I mean, out of the 12 dinners, vegetables would be in 10 of those dinners. Every dinner had approximately 2 meats in there. There would be chicken Kievs with 1 chicken Kiev with 5 fish fingers, for example. I would 2 meats, a mix of 5, 6, or 7 vegetables, potatoes usually. So I was eating good and wholesome. I wasn't eating crap. I mean, if you want to eat dirt cheap, just live on chips, chips and beans every day. That will fucking kill you in a couple of months. But it won't cost you anything. But if you want to eat wholesome, just go to the 25-pound challenge. And the trick was, I used to go into, like I say, I went into Tesco, I went to Morrison's, what was the other one? Farm Foods, buying shop brands from the Asda and the Morrison's, shop brands, and farm foods. They don't. Well, I mean, they have farm food shop brands in there, but everything's on a special deal. You get three items for £5. That kind of thing. The vegetables, the frozen vegetables, you get 5 bags, £4. I mean, fucking, a bit like Iceland. You pick them up for £1 each. A bit of a bargain. But yeah, shop brands all the way. Anyway, I'm waffling on, so I'm going to try and get on to somebody else's fucking question here. Oh, there you go. Pete and Dawn welcoming Liam to the channel. Yeah, it's amazing, but people just find the live stream that I'm doing, they join up, hearing me whinge and whine and bullshit for a couple of hours, people find that interesting enough to stick around. Anyway. Yep, thank you, Pete and Dawn. Yeah, everybody, tell your mates, go to work, tell if everybody told one person, man, imagine that would double my if all 1,660 subscribers told one person and they joined, man, that would double. Imagine if I doubled my subscriber list overnight. That'd be bloody good. I tell you, because sometimes, because I tell you, don't want to sound all faggy and mushy over here, but when I'm, to do these videos, I mean, frozen again. I've been doing it's coming up on 3 years. I've done over 930 something videos. Sometimes it can be a struggle, let me tell you, just to stay motivated. One, it's difficult sometimes to think of new stuff in the kitchen to do. 2, sometimes you think, oh God, I just can't. I just need you need a week off or whatever, just some time off. It's a fucking hassle. No, not hassle. It's just hard on the brain to try to think of something new and original every 2 days. But the thing is, I tell you what keeps keeps me motivated sometimes is I try not to focus on the negative. I get some negative feedback sometimes. But it's the positive stuff. It's the loyal and frequent subscribers who many of them are here tonight, and also on the cookery comments. When you start reading those, and you start thinking, well, there's people out there who actually do appreciate and enjoy the stuff that I'm doing, which is hard for me to see from my point of view because I don't see what you people see. It's like when I was training. You ask anybody who trains, they don't see in the mirror what other people see. And I'm going to flash up here. But it's when I start hearing people, say, they like the channel. Thanks very much. Keep up the work. I enjoyed your video. I would never have thought about doing this, but because you've done it and you showed it on video, I'm going to try it. It's all good. It's all this feedback things. Makes you start. Makes you feel appreciated, and people. As long as people like what you're doing, that kind of makes it easier to basically keep on doing it. So yeah, I mean, well, without getting too mushy over here, it's down to the because I've noticed, I've said this to people, and I've noticed it before. I do have, I'm surprised as all hell sometimes about the loyal the loyal people who stick with the channel. I see the same names coming up, and all the time I'm seeing new names. Even people who have, they've been with the channel for, because sometimes on people's comments, I don't know whether you get it at your end, but it'll flash up. This person has been with the channel for a year, you say on the little caption, or this person has the most amount of hearts of me given hearts to people, and a little bit of it. Not I don't get much information, but I see people who the name, so they've been with the channel for a year or so, but it's the first time that they're writing, which is, it's good that they finally got around to sending, that they're throwing in their 2 cents worth. But anybody who's watching, by all means, I do try to respond to as many comments. I think everybody's seen that mostly. I try to comment to as many. I tell you, because it gets me, because I watch people's videos, and I read people's comments on other people's videos, and people actually write in to other users and ask them questions about the video. And he's like, you look at the date, and it was 2 years ago, and the guy hasn't even responded. And I think, why the fuck, you at least try and answer some of them. But yeah, I like interacting with the viewers. If they've got questions or comments, I like to reply. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, sometimes the question or comment doesn't require a comment back, a reply. Also, and I'll tell you, if anybody asks a question and they don't get replied to, it's not that I have. Most of the time, it's not because I've ignored it. It's because I don't actually get told all the questions. Every time somebody sends a comment, it will flash up. Like I'm looking at Pete and Dawn's name on my list of questions and comments here. When I did that 30-second video earlier, they said that they were going to tune in and watch it. That their comment flashed up to say that's good news. We're going to watch your live stream later on. I don't always get those flashing up. Sometimes it's only when I re-watch a video and then I start being able to read all the comments on it. Christ, I never got given those. So, but I'll try and reply to as many as I can. I think people know that, but I can't get to all of them. But I do what I can. But yeah, it's just I'm just trying to give back to the people who can be bothered watching my videos. One, and then can be bothered to write something to me. There's two. So I just like to give something back, which is why some of you regulars may remember when I did the PO box. That's why I opened those up. It was to allow people to interact with the channel by sending, sending postcards made out of, scrap bits of cardboard. It could be oh Jesus! I mean, it could be a Jaffa cake. You cut the square out of there, and then put a stamp on the inside there. You got a nice glossy picture. It was to get people involved. So it's just my little way of getting people involved in the channel. Having them take part and be involved. Michael Bell. Evening, Mark. Enjoying watching you make different sandwiches. Very nice, indeed. Yeah, I do like to make sandwiches. Because with the sandwiches, it's amazing. I mean, pretty much sky's the limit. I mean, basically, you're only held back by your imagination, or for some people, lack of course. But basically, it's only imagination that stops from making a masterpiece. So I like to make sandwiches because you can really you can experiment with different meats, different chutneys, different sauces, different breads. I mean, Christ, there's so many variables. You know, I mean, recently I bought a jar of what do they call them, pickled onions. The small ones. Occasionally, I like to eat them on their own. They get a bit sharp. But recently, I've been chopping them up, putting them in a sandwich. It gives it more of a bite than just a regular chopped up onion. Things like this, different flavored chutneys. Yeah, I mean, there's dozens of different types of breads out there. There's dozens of different chutneys out there. There's dozens of different meats out there. All these. You change one of those ingredients, you got a brand new sandwich. Like the other day, have I loaded it already? I think I have. Um, I did a corned beef in a roll, corned beef sandwich, corned beef in a roll, but I cooked the corned beef in the air fryer. Tastes even better cooked. Who knew? It's just one little experimenting. Oh, Mark Mullet is in the house. Hello, Purple Killer. Hi, Mark. Do you like key lime cheesecake? I don't know. Well, the thing is, when I do like cheesecake, but I prefer the plain one. I don't like ones with all that strawberry shit on it. Oh, I don't mind lemon. I don't mind lemon cheesecake. I don't like the strawberry one. Well, I mean, I like strawberries. But I don't like any of that crap on a cheesecake. I just like either plain or with a bit of that, sort of that lemon or lime or whatever the hell else they got on there. Yeah, Purple Killer. I'm drinking Pepsi with vodka. Pete and Dawn. My eyes are going here. I've got to get closer to the screen just to focus. Pete and Dawn. You're a legend, Mark. Keep it up. Oh, thank you very much. Actually, it was Les Dawson on Blankety Blank. Remember that TV show? He's like, right, reveal the legend. Of course, the legend, but meaning the word. Yeah, Not a troll. I watch your videos for you and your personality. You're honest and funny. Aha! Thank you very much. I guess you don't mean funny looking, or but no, it's good. Yeah, the thing, you're right that I do try to keep it honest. I try and throw a little bit of humor in there, but I tell you that's the thing I don't seem to be able to get a hang on. Like if people used to say to me all the time, because sometimes I've got less of I used to have less of a filter than I do now, so I would say stuff to people, and it would cause a riot. It'd be like really funny because I've just said something, mainly because it's something that has occurred to me that needed to be said, but other people found it funny because it's so out there and going, oh my god, I can't believe you said that. But it was so funny. But when I consciously think of something, I think, right, now I'm going to say that, and that's going to kill them. That's going to be such a killer joke. That's going to be such a funny thing to say. And then I go say it, I get nothing. So if I rehearse a funny thing, if I'm talking to a group, if I rehearse something, I get nothing. But if it's something off the cuff, that's when the comedy comes out. I don't know. I don't get it, but Oh, this I'm saving up. I need some methylated spirits. I mean, saving up my cans because I can't remember who it was. I want to see. I want to say Batesy Boyo or George C. Perhaps what one of those. They're asking me about the penny stove. So what I've been doing, all my cans, I've been getting the old Stanley knife, cutting off a bit here, cutting off cutting off, cutting them in half, well not in half, but and then putting them together, one bit inside the other, and making penny stoves. I've got about half a dozen ready. Well, I'm going to make some videos of them, but all I need is some meths. Um, and also I need the shopping centre to open up, so I can go down to Poundland and buy a load of laundry powder, buy a load of wash up liquid, buy a load of stuff, and then I can show you about prepping videos and what I've been prepping and all this other stuff. That'll be interesting. I've been watching some prepping videos actually. They all seem pretty much the same. They're all talking about storing rice, storing pasta, fucking tins of corn, well, not corned beef. Corned beef is expensive, Jesus. But spam's the thing. Hot dogs fairly cheap as well, depending on the brand. I mean, I mean, these preppers, they're talking about, buying bottles of booze. If you watch any of these prepper videos, they're for some reason the Americans go in for it. The English, you don't see many English prepping videos, but they've all got bottles of booze, and they're all premium. They're all Smirnoff vodka. They're all what's happening? There you go. And Southern Comfort whiskey and is it Southern Comfort? I think it's a bourbon. Anyway, but the point is, they're all premium brands. Dumb shits. If you're prepping for stuff, which I'll be showing on the videos, you try and go for quantity. Don't go for the premium brands. I swear to Christ, you got preppers who are showing this abundance of stuff all over the table. Okay, folks, right, what you need is to be buying your spam, right? Buying your hot dogs, buying some rice. Buying some tinned fruit in a can. This is fucking Del Monte. The fuck, you can't get a higher brand than that, Del Monte fruit. They're buying that shit and putting that into the storage. No, dummy. You need to be buying the half price shop brand fruit, peaches and whatnot, not Del Monte. But that's the kind of thing that's the kind of info that's out there. That's that people are so full of shit. They're making videos and they don't have a clue. You don't buy premium. If you're buying stuff to stock your shelves ready for when it hits the fan, like it is now. Well, I mean, it's getting better now because the shops are opening. There's not much. There's no more panicking down on the shops. But for the first couple of weeks of this Chinese virus, it was panicking down there. You fucking bog roll. You couldn't buy for love nor money. The shelves of pasta sauce, the milk, canned goods, they were all empty. So in the good times, like shortly when I'll be doing the videos, you stock up on those items, but you buy, instead of buying one can of Del Monte fruit, you buy 2 cans of the shop brand. It's the same fucking fruit. Like I say to people, how do you, when you got your 2 different spreads of sweet corn, when I say to my brother Carl when he's buying the Green Giant, how badly can they fuck up a tin of sweet corn? Go for the cheaper brand. It's the same stuff. Anyway, so buy 2 cheaper brands for the same price as one expensive brand. That's how you do it, and that's how you fill up your shelf. So when it hits the fan again, you'll be stocked up, so you get twice as much for your money. Anyway, so I'll be doing some videos of that, on a budget, say whatever, I'll be probably working on a budget of £5 a week or, something like that. I'd go in with, I'll be getting most of the stuff from Poundland, I guess. Also other shops, but it all depends on, getting the bargains. And also, I mean, there's things like I want to get onto people's questions in a minute, but there's also, if you keep an eye out on the bargain shelves in some supermarkets, I mean, I don't know about the bigger supermarkets, but the co-op, right? They'll be doing some. They'll be having stuff on the discount shelf, right? You look at it, right, and you say to the woman doing the shelves, you say, "What the hell? You've discounted this by half price, but there's another year to go on the expiry date." Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just we're not doing that stuff anymore. So we're trying to get rid of it, making shelf space for the new stuff. Look out for those bargains. You know, there are bargains out there. Anyway, hopefully I'll be doing some of that, and if I can, I'll try and get my camcorder out into the around the aisles. I figure I'm a taxpayer. I'm allowed to be walking around this, shop with a camcorder. Fuck 'em. So hopefully making some videos in the shop, showing you what's what. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'll be doing on the video. I'm looking forward to that. Actually, I just need the pound lane in the shopping centre to open so I can get over there. And also I start work on Monday, so I'll be starting to earn again. But yeah, there's lots of good tips that I can be sharing. I mean, I'm no survivalist expert as such. It's just that I've got a few brain cells to rub together, and also I've learned that I didn't have to watch people's videos to learn this shit. I mean, I watch it just to get some pointers and see what other people are doing. But at the end of the day, I mean, like I said before, there are some people who stockpile stuff ready for an EMP, when all the electrical shit goes out, right? Or they stockpile for when there's a tsunami. They stockpile for when the electric grid goes. They stockpile for when there's an earthquake. All kinds of stuff. Personally, I was stockpiling stuff for the next time I break my crack a bone in my foot, which I did for a while. I've had a rib broke twice, cracked twice. So I've been off work with that, ages ago. So I do it for that reason, because there's no telling when the next time you're walking down the street or you're on the loading bay, you put a wrong foot, you twist your foot, your bone, make a hairline fracture. You try walking on a hairline fracture. Let me tell you, I done it. I went to work. I've told this story. I went to work for 3 days with a cracked bone in my foot, thinking it was sprained. There's only when I couldn't take it anymore that I had to go get the doctor to look at it. But I stockpile stuff for that reason. I don't think we're going to get hit with a meteor. I don't. I mean, who saw this fucking thing coming? Well, the Chinese did, of course, because they're responsible for it. But none of us saw this virus happening. But it just so happens that because I prepared for a fucked up foot, I was prepared for the virus to an extent, of course. I mean, I wasn't totally self-sufficient. It wasn't like I didn't need stuff, because you've got to get out and get some milk, get some bread and all that. But I was stocked up on, everything you need. Because the thing is, the way I see it is, everybody remember what it was like a month ago or a couple of months ago when you go down the shop and remember what was out of stock. Okay, remember what the shelves looked like. Okay, there was no bog roll. There was no canned food, beans, fucking peas, sweet corn, hot dogs, cans of soup. They're all gone. Okay, bog rolls, cans, all the pasta went, all the rice went, all the sauces were. It's funny, all the rice went and the pastas went, but the sauces were still there. But bottled water, all these things, the shelves, aspirins. Fuck me, the whole place was packed. Gone. It was only the £3 and the £5 boxes of aspirin that were left. Nobody wanted them fuckers. But the shop brand, the 46 pence aspirins from the Co-op Value aspirins, they all went. So remember what was out of stock when you needed them, when you went to the shop. That's the stuff that you should be stocking up on. Stuff that you don't want to be leaving. If you don't have, in an emergency, if you don't, you don't want to be leaving the house to go to the shop and fucking climbing over 15 people to get into the co-op, right? So if you stockpile the stuff that you don't want to leave the house to get, you don't want to leave the house to get fucking something like washing up liquid, laundry powder, those sponges for doing the dishes, If you have, I mean, if you've got all those stashed in there, that's one less reason to go fight your way through a queue of people. You know that there was, I was watching a video the other day, and it was about a prepper actually, another one who was talking shit, but he would have he would be talking, and he would have all these little pictures flashing up on the screen, very distracting. But the thing was, he was talking about stockpiling the usual shit, sausages in a can, corned beef, fruit, and all that stuff. And a picture flashed up in the corner, and it was like about three people fighting over a television in one of those January sales. And the caption was, "If this is what they'll do for a television." Oh, no, it froze again. The caption was, "If this is what," I mean, imagine three people wrestling over a television, right? The caption, "If this is what they'll do for a television, what will they do when the food runs out?" Or something very similar to that. What will they do when the shops run out of food? Was the idea. And it's true, if stupid motherfuckers be fighting over a 40-inch television for 40 quid off of a television, which is not really discounted in the first place, that they jack the price up, drop it down, and then sell it on sale. If they're willing to wrestle a complete stranger in the fucking aisle, what they do for food and a bottle of water. I mean, you've seen the news footage. People fight, women fighting over a pack of bog rolls in the supermarket. Why put yourself through that? That's the stuff you need to be, stocking up on. Which I'll be talking about on these videos. I'll be showing you how to store. I've got some ideas on how to store this stuff, where to get free stuff, free stuff for storage, what to store, where to buy it, where's the best places to buy it for cheapness, all this shit. I'll be doing all those videos. Peter B is in the house. One of my moderators. I think I've got two actually, but I'm seeing the other. He says, "Evening, Mark. Good to see you live again. Indeed. Update on vodka price. Aldi doing 1 litre for 14.30. Interesting. 14.30. See, I buy when I buy it from a co-op 1 litre, it's 16.50. Although with the 5% dividend, I think I get 80p back in dividend on my card. For anybody who's got a co-op dividend, you get 5p for every pound, so about 80p. So what's that? So that takes it down to 16, 15.70. Wow. So what? So well, after I get my discount, that works out as 15.70, I think. So your Aldi vodka is still about £1.50 approximately cheaper. That's a good saving. £1.50. I mean, the thing is, yeah, because vodka's vodka. As far as I'm concerned. When I was a kid, I didn't know any better. I was just drink Smirnoff because I bought into the advertisements and stuff when I was a young person. But vodka's vodka. You can always put it through a filter. Those water filter jugs. You can always put it through those, filter all the contaminants out, and make it pure. Yeah, so there's £1.50 there. Not a troll. They do big litre cans of fruit at Lidl. I only saw peaches on the shelves. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like when you go to Costco. You buy those big jumbo cans of beans, jumbo cans of all kinds of stuff. That's great if you're running a cafeteria or a burger van, or you have a big family. But yeah, see, that's the trouble. If you're not catering for bunches of people, then it can be a bit of a problem. You have to go for the small. You have to, because I mean, in most cases, not all cases, but when you buy bulk, that's when you get the discounts. But so when you buy smaller quantities and smaller size cans, you pay a premium for that privilege. But yeah. I mean, if you're catering for a big group, then yeah, the big cans are the way. Uh, Purple Killer. Oh, I tell you, my eyes are going. Mark, you should go home bargains. Actually, you know what? See, I do here in Milton Keynes, Bletchley. There's a place called Bletchley. Well, you might have heard of Bletchley Park. Yeah, anyways, Bletchley High Street. I believe they've got a home bargains there. Home bargains. It's like a supermarket, right? They've got a bunch of them in there. They've a bunch of different shops. I believe I've been at Home Bargain. That sounds familiar. Yeah, I mean those places. Those places are the place to go. You know, those Poundland. What was it? There was Poundland, and I think it was the 99 pence store or something, which got bought out by Poundland. At least my local ones did. But yeah, there's lots of Lidl's and Aldi, of course. You can buy all kinds. I mean, a few videos back, I did some kind of there was a Mexican chicken sauce, 60p a jar. You get all kinds of cheap. It's all good, flavoursome stuff. You don't have to pay a fortune to get flavoured stuff. Not a troll wishes he had a hairline. um, oh, Crazy Red 01. Any interesting stories of dates you've been on? Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, uh, yeah. I mean, I seem to. I mean, I don't know. I seem to. It's only the nutters that I seem to meet. I don't know. Yeah, never really much luck in that department. Already, have you been getting takeaways? No, no. Well, one, because I haven't really been sort of working. Uh, the agencies haven't had any work up until, well, because I start Monday now. But yeah, well, one, that and the expense of spending 15-20 quid on a takeaway. I mean, you buy a pizza, there's 20 quid right there. I like Chinese food, but because they're responsible for the virus with their wet markets. If anybody wants to know, I'll tell you about the wet markets. But there's a breeding ground for all kinds of nastiness. They're responsible for it, and they decided to keep it a secret from everybody. And now it's getting to be a bit of a problem. So I'm against buying Chinese food or any items. If I see from now on, because I mean they fucked things up for us royally. All right. So if I see anything with made in China, I'm gonna, I won't be buying it. I mean, there's bound to be occasionally something that will slip through the net. But if I see made in China on it, I'm not going to help fund a country who did this to us. I tell you, and it surprises me that nobody's talking about it. For Christ's sake, it's nobody on the internet hardly. I mean, there's Louder with Crowder. He's the only one that's talking about it. You know, the wet markets where they sell they cook and eat dogs, bats, all kinds of creatures. There's blood and bacteria all over the place. All different animals coming and going. It's a fucking mess. It's a breeding ground and that's where the ground zero was. The Chinese government kept it a secret. They deliberately made it. Well, people had disappeared. People who were going to be sharing this information with everybody, with the world, they've vanished. They deliberately shut doctors up who were going to spread it around. Tell everybody. The what was it? The World Health Organization. They're no fucking good. There was I saw one with the World Health Organization, the people who are supposed to be looking out for us. He was on the internet, and there was this woman interviewing him about what it was. It was Louder with Crowder showed the footage. Okay, this guy he's on the conference call with this woman reporter, and she's saying, bloody blah blah. She's talking away. Can you tell us about the why this was kept, how is it it's kept quiet, and how is it to get to, why is it we didn't get to hear about it sooner? And he's going, he's pausing for a minute. I think this happened. I watched it, and he's pausing for a minute. He's going, well, I didn't hear the question. He did fucking hear the question. He said, I didn't hear the question. So the woman says, okay, well, let me repeat. He said, oh, no, I didn't. Never mind. Go on to the next question. Like this. And she's thinking, well, wait a minute. No. So she carries on. He only fucking hangs up. This is the World Health Organization, the people who, again, supposed to be out there looking out for us. But yeah, Louder with Crowder. Go check him out. He talks about all this stuff. Yes, so to answer that question, no, takeaways are too expensive. No, I don't want to be eating any Chinese food. Yeah, not. So we've got not a troll, 3 words, and then we've got not a troll, all 1 word, MK. Sometimes I don't find Poundland to be very good value for money. Yeah, well, the thing is, you've got to pick and choose the bargains. It's not a case of everything in there's a bargain, because what they do, I mean, some things, like say boxes of cereal, for example, the quantity in the box will be less, which is why you pay less. So you got to pick and choose. Okay, bathroom stuff, toothpaste, bars of soap, sponges, shampoos. They do a good deal on aspirin and a few pills, vitamins, and all that lot. Those can be very good bargains. Okay, you go around the corner. They got some very good bargains on biscuits. You get 2 or 3 packs for £1. Not much good for doomsday storage, of course, but 2 or 3 packets. The canned food, no, I would say the canned food, not so much. There are a few bargains in there where you can get 2 cans of something, of food for £1, but all in all, the canned stuff is not such a hot deal. Whereas bathroom stuff, if you want to stock up on, I don't know what their bowl rolls like, but the soap, shampoo, wash up liquid, laundry powder, all that stuff, you can get some bargains there. But as for food, you're probably better off going into the supermarket and going in their shop brand. The 25p tin of beans. The 28 pence worth of 28 pence canned tomatoes. Or what was it? I did one the other day, and I had it was either 18 or 28. I can't remember. Anyway, I wrote the price on a can of a can of tomatoes. Oh boy. Not a Troll says, I watched your Aldi beer review the other day and the one at the barbecue. Oh yeah, I remember that. I was in the garden, somebody's garden with it on my hat on. I remember that. I got a load of hate from that video. That was fucking amazing. See, this is where I had a few, a few subscribers who unsubscribed because of that video. What it was, it was their attitude about it. That was what the problem was. And I'm drinking a beer, and I said that normally I wouldn't drink, because I was drinking a Polish lager, and I said normally I wouldn't drink Polish lager because it's Polish, meaning that I wouldn't normally drink a Polish lager because I've had Polish food and I don't like the Polish food. So for me, there's probably no reason why I would drink a Polish lager, because I'm not very likely I'm not going to like it. I don't like their food, so why would I like their lager? I had people writing to me demanding that I explain myself. So, delete, fuck them. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate their sending, well, most people sending comments, but they were demanding, that I explain myself, which I'm not about to do. So yeah, anyway, but that's what the problem with that particular video was. Maybe I didn't explain myself particularly well on the video, but that's what it was. Um, I was trying to explain that I wouldn't normally drink Polish lager. But, what I meant was because I've had Polish food, and Sean Kingham, do you vape? Is that with the false cigarettes? Well, I did about 10 years ago. When I went from cigarettes onto the false cigarettes. Yeah, it was a while back. Well, back then, I don't think they called them vapes, if that's what vape is. It was a cigarette. It was a plastic cigarette that you inhale nicotine without all the other 300 harmful ingredients in it. And then you wean off. Kinky Kelly's in the house. Sean Kingham wants to know if I vape again. Well, that's the thing. If vaping is the electronic cigarette, then no, I don't. I did 10 years ago when I was coming off of cigarettes. I know, Laura Everingham. The food from the Chinese doesn't come directly from China, so you order that chow mein. Yeah, I know it doesn't come from China, but what it is, it's just a principle of the thing. Okay, the Chinese, not the people, it's not so much the people, it's the Chinese government. They knew about the virus and they deliberately kept it a secret, and now it's a world, because of their inaction. Well, their inaction to do anything about it, and their actual going above and beyond, going out of their way to keep it a secret. Now it's a worldwide problem. So while I realize that the guy down at the local chinks, it doesn't have any responsibility for this, it's just, I'm going to draw a line somewhere. The Chinese government and the Chinese country are responsible for it. So I don't want anything to do with Chinese food or products for as long as I, maybe maybe not until I die, but for the foreseeable future, I'm going to make a stand. I'm going to say no. I'm not going to fund. I mean, like I say, I know that they've got nothing to do. I realize that their tax money doesn't go to China, the people who run the Chinese. But I'm just standing up for a principle. Maybe not everybody's principle, but it's mine. Not a troll, MK. My mum tends to buy things like bin bags in Poundland because she buys 8 to 10 at a time. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, there are some bargains. I mean, if you're in Milton Keynes, you can go to the shopping centre market, which is there every day except Monday and Wednesday, I believe. They've got stalls all over there that sell everything, bin bags, mouse traps, basically anything you want, fruit and veg, clothing, bongs, uh, you don't have to. I mean, if you're near somewhere, that has a market, then but yeah, try going there, try going. If you know the people in your street, or all your family members, or a load of work colleagues, or if you're in a social group and you can get 10 people together, you go to a market stall and say you get 10 people together, and each of you want to buy 10 bags of rubbish bags, to 10 rolls of rubbish bags. So that's 10 people buying 10 rolls is 100. Or give all your money to one person to do it. Don't 10 of you show up there, but you've got some buying power. You say to the guy, listen, you've got rubbish bags. You've got rubbish bags at £1.50. How about I buy 100 of them? What will you do? And be like, you might go, oh, I'll tell you what, look, I knock 20p off every roll, or whatever. You buy 100 of them, they're bound to give you something. But you need to club together, like I say, with your workmates, with your people in your knitting group, your neighbours, your family members, or a mixture of all these. You go in there and you buy 100 of something. There's a guy at the shopping centre who does all bathroom stuff. He does everything from mops to bleach to bars of soap to bog rolls to bin bags, like that. He's got like a 3 or 4 stall setup. Does everything for the home cleaning, right? You get a bunch of people. You go in there and say, look, there's 10 of us. We want to buy 6 bottles. If there's 10 people, want to buy 6 bottles of bleach, and we want to buy 6 bottles of washing up liquid. So that's 60 plus 60. Will you throw in 3 bags of bin bags, or just 20p off an, or 10p off an item, or will you throw in a packet of them bog rolls, or whatever the fuck? You join together. There's something, and also, I mean, say this, like, again, with 10 of you. If you buy, between the 10 of you, buy 60 bleaches plus 60 washing up liquids, you might get a pack of bog rolls, right? You split them between the 10, right? And the next time you go in, each of the 10 people will buy 10 3-packs of soap. So each person has 10 3-packs of soap. So that's 100 3-packs of soap. And what else? I don't know. Plus everybody, plus something. Everybody buys half a dozen of something else. You go in, you say, "Can we have how about chucking a couple of boxes of couple of bottles of bleach? We're buying 100 bars of soap." Actually, 300 bars of soap. 10 people buying 30 bars. 10 packs to 3. That's 3. So 300 bars of soap, all in one go, bang. And 10 people are buying, 2 packs of bog roll each. That's so that's 20 packs of bog roll. Can you throw in a couple of bottles of bleach, and then you spread that around, or you, whatever you get free, you club together, you'll get something, and then everybody shares in the freebie, And anyway, but that's a way of getting a bargain. But you need to club together. So this time round, everybody gets a free bar of soap each. Next time round, everybody gets a free bog roll each. Next time round, those Brillo pads or those sponges to clean the dishes. You buy 60 bags of rubbish bags. How about chucking in a couple of packs of those sponges? So everybody gets 3 sponges each. It's just club together. Everybody eats. Is what the term goes. Everybody gets something. Well, hello, Peter and Dawn with a £2, another £2 donation. Thank you very much to Peter and Dawn, or Pete and Dawn, or Peter and Dawn. Preppers Fund, they've written there. Excellent. Yeah, I tell you, when the shop's open, I'll be putting that £2 toward buying a few items to show on video for the Prepper Fund. So another big shout out, Pete and Dawn. Thank you ever so much. There you are. Just actually, while the subject comes up, that's one way to do it for everybody. If anybody, I don't like to promote that, but it's there. But allowing those adverts to stay at the bottom of the screen or along the side, the little adverts that flash up. If everybody wants to contribute to the channel to help with the Preppers Fund, like from Pete and Dawn have wrote there, or funding the next cookery video I do in the kitchen, or the next video in general, that's how you can you can help fund the next video by doing that with the adverts. Anybody who wants to, you don't have to throw in like Pete and Dawn over here, although it's very much appreciated for anybody who does. But anybody who doesn't, there's a way of doing it without actually doing anything, is what I'm saying. Anyway, Pete and Dawn, thank you very much. It's gonna be really not a troll, MK. It's going to be really weird when everything is open up properly again. For my mum, Poundland is a cheaper version of the cash and carry. Indeed. Yeah. My local Poundland is kind of a small one. There was two, but I think one shut down. But yeah, other places do have bigger, depending on where you go, there's small and big shops. But I find everything a bargain in there pretty much, except for the food. Although there is some stuff, again, it's not all bad on the food front. I mean, you can get some spam in there for £1, which is slightly smaller than other shops who sell it for £2. So I mean, there's bigger buggy. You get a little bit less, but it's half the price. Oh Jesus. Coke went a bit flat there. Anyway, okay. Oh boy, right. Actually, has anybody noticed much? I mean, I've noticed a couple of times when it's frozen very slightly. Has anybody been noticing that? Has it been freezing? Okay, let me see. I'm going to be really anything properly again. Not a troll. Any plans on opening the PO box again? Well, yeah. I mean, once I start earning some money, I could reopen the PO box. I mean, the last time I did it, hardly anybody used it. I mean, paying £75 for the 3 months rental, and nobody sent me. People sending gifts. That was very nice, but that wasn't the way why I did it. But people were. Oh, my nose is itching. What I was doing was asking people to send in postcards on the back of on the back of a microwave dinner packet, or a box of dog biscuits or something, put a stamp on it, cut out a postcard, put a stamp on it, send it in. Not many people went for it. I did it 2 times. First time was great, Second time, nobody really used it. I mean, it's £75 pounds, for very little use. But possibly, I tell you what, because what I was thinking was, I don't know, it's a lot of money, and if nobody's going to use it, then there's very little point in me opening up. I mean, it's all very, but you never know. I tried to do a deal with them. The PO box people. I said, actually, I suppose I could try them again. I went in and I said, look, how about you give me it's not like they rent out every single box at every single minute of the day. They've got some vacant. All they got to do is give me one post box, the smallest, the small one in the corner, because they've got a whole wall full of these little pigeonholes, with little locked doors on them. I said, look, just allocate me a PO box. I will plug your business every time I do a video. I'll be saying, right, here's the address of the shop. By the way, if you want a PO box, go to these people. Here they are, written on this bit of paper, and this is who's supplying the PO box. This is the address if you want to send any postcards on the back of a lunch box, bit of cardboard. They get all the shout outs they get on every single video that I do, promoting, telling people about the, send me some postcards. They get a thing, it doesn't cost them anything because I think in their mind they're thinking, well, if we give them a free post box, that's £25 a month we're losing, But no, I try to explain, that no, it's a box that you wouldn't normally rent out anyway. So why not give it to me? Two, you get free shout outs left and right, and also, I mean, there was two guys that work in there. I'm pretty certain that neither one of them own the place, right? So the mere fact that if I can promote non-stop, because it's free, I'll be promoting it every day, all year round, send the postcards to this address and you'll get your shout out and all the rest of it, the usual stuff. The mere fact that postcards are being delivered to their shop guarantees them a job, The minute that if nobody started using the business for PO box business and having renting out PO boxes, what's the first thing that the owners of the company do? Get rid of a staff member. Right, we've got to cut costs. Why? Why do we need two guys? We haven't got enough work. Get rid of one. Fucking one guy can do the work, and that's how it works. They get rid of a staff member, right? So the mere fact that I would be in a position to hopefully get lots of mail getting delivered to their shop, their PO box shop, means that their job is that much more secure. This is what people don't seem to realize. They're thinking, well, the thing is, if we give them a box, we don't earn £25 if we give it to them for free. No, you're fucking making sure you have a job next week. That's what you're doing. But what can you do? You can't tell anybody. Mad Maz is in the house. Mad Maz 49. Mark, I really appreciate how you speak your mind on the way you feel about other other ethnics and transgenders. Indeed, lots of people should take note from your views on life. Respect to you. Thank you ever so. Yeah, I tell you, there are so many people that are just too afraid to. I mean, you look at when I did, remember. Anybody's interested? I did about three or four live streams where I had black paint on my face. Okay, I had black paint with white eyes, white around the mouth, and the amount of. I mean, I even had I had other YouTubers who would write, who would, we watch each other's channels. And I remember watching one video, somebody wrote to this person and said, well, what do you think about Mark's blackface? And this person was going all over the place trying to make sure that there was a distance between me and this other YouTuber. Not that anybody had any thought of there was a connection between us anyway, but he wanted to make absolutely sure that everybody knew that my point of view was not shared by him. You know what I mean? You fucking pussy. Just stand up and either say fuck all. Right? If it was me, if it was the other person, I'm the kind of person, if it was the other way around and somebody said, what do you think about this guy having black all over his face? And I'd be like, well, I guess he has a reason. Why don't you ask him? Like this, not, oh, well, well, I've got no connection with it over there. I don't agree with him. Fuck off. Just stand up and fucking be counted. And so yeah, thank you for your point of view there. But yeah, it is true. If I disagree with, especially the transgenders, and actually, it was funny. because I was in the office today, refilling out all my forms and that to get my details up to date and shit at the agency. And it said, like it says near your name, address, all this other shit, gender, male or female. You got to tick one of the other boxes. And I said to the woman, I said, look, oh, the way this country's going to shit, you're going to have to be changing this application form. She said, what do you mean? It says male or female. And I said, listen, I've been seeing all these green-haired weirdos all over the internet, all over YouTube, and it's like you've got men who identify as women, women who identify as men. Some of them don't even know what the fuck they are. They're like halfway between this and that way. And I said, one day you're going to have a list, a bit like that list of nationalities. Are you white? Are you blah 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 blah? Or other. You got like 6 or 8 different nationalities. You got to pick one. It'd be like that with genders. I was joking with her, of course, but being a pathetic state of the country. Yeah, she was of a different opinion than me, though. She seemed to think that as long as she said it, as long as it doesn't affect her, she's sort of like, okay, she'll get on with any, live and let live and all that kind of shit. And anyway, but that was just something funny that happened today, about the, male or female. Yeah, back in the good old days, that's all you had, Anyway, Peter B, £1.99. Thank you for that donation. A small contribution from Peter B also. A small contribution from Peter B also. Actually, it says your name above, but anyway. But Peter B, thank you very much. Peter B, big shout out, Peter B. There you go, £1.99. That'll go to the either the beekeeping protection mask that I'll have to buy eventually, or the what they call that, the prepping videos, or whatever comes soon. But big shout out, Peter B. There. Yeah, I'm doing all right. The contributions today, There you go. Spray tan. Not trolls. Says spray tans are orange face. The oh, there you go. It's somebody I don't think I've seen before, which I don't recognise. It's wicked! Exclamation! The 1980s. It's wicked. The 90s. You tell them, Mark. Social justice gone mad. Was playing Minecraft the other day, and this transgender bint broke my house, and I get accused of being transgender the other day, and this transgender bint broke my house, and I get accused of being transgender. I'm not sure. I think the grammar went a bit off rail there. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, Minecraft. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I've got no time for these transgender fucking nutters. What gets me is when I've seen videos on the subject. Oh, sometimes the hate that comes from those. Is when you've got like 9-year-old kids. There was one. Anyway, I don't want to get into that, but when you've got 9-year-olds and then they're so fucked up that they think they're of an opposite gender. You got boys dressed. There was one. I'll get into it quick. There was what looked like a girl, what looked like a genuine bloody, what it was a boy. What he'd done, he'd let his hair grow out. He was wearing a dress. He's wearing makeup and all this shit. And he actually, he was holding up a sign. Like that. There's was it a Bob Dylan? The Bob Dylan music video where he's got a sign and he's dropping cards to reveal the lyrics to the words. That's what this little fruitcake was doing. I'm a transgender, and I'm bloody blah, and drop the card, and he would say more words. And, yeah. But the thing is, who do they think that because last time I saw one of these was last year. I was in Bletchley High Street, and I was coming out of these shop, probably that Home Bargains that we mentioned earlier. Coming out, and there was a guy dressed as a woman in the street talking to these other two fucking people, and the thing is, it's so bloody obvious. It's like Are they? Do they think that they can pass as a female? I mean, because they fucking stand out, And it's like they're not fooling anybody. I mean, I realise that's not probably their motivation. They're just fucking sick in the head. That's what the. I mean, who? The thing is, what we need to do, as a society, in my opinion, is to stop treating these people as normal. It is a mental illness that is going undiagnosed. If I've said it before, if a guy was walking down the street singing out that he is Julius Caesar, or he is Winston Churchill, or he's the King of Siam, you'd think he's a nutcase. You would cross the street rather than get into a confrontation with somebody who was believing that they were, the Queen of Sheba, or some fucking bullshit, right? You wouldn't believe them. You wouldn't think that they were in their right mind. You would stay away from them. But when you've got a guy who's convinced that he was born in the wrong body, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, what the fuck, right? No, fucking, you gotta put them in a place where they're away from it. Because what gets me as well, all right, is when people start saying, well, like the woman today at the office, is that, well, the thing is, they're not really hurting anybody. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect my day. And of course, it fucking does. It's bringing down the social fabric, all right, which is why we have people who are willing to disrespect, assault, say, police officers, for example. They're out there doing their thing. They might get verbally abused or violently abused. It's because social standards have dropped to a state where it is acceptable to do this. At one time you wouldn't have think of attacking a police officer, but nowadays people don't seem to think that's such a big drama. All right, it's because social standards and ways of behaving have slipped, and it's the same with the transgenders. All right, it may not affect the price of price of eggs or anything else that happens during the day, but it is slowly eroding the fabric of the society. You've got it started off with footballers spitting on the pitch. Then you've got 12-year-olds spitting on the pavement or they're walking down the street. It's got again, social standards have dropped. It's when I mean, I noticed it around here. You've got several schools around here. I've noticed. You see the difference when you're say you're walking down the path and say the kid gets in your way. Certain kids they just carry on walking. They're like, yeah, fuck off. Other kids from a decent school around this area actually, if they get in your way and so almost fall over them with your shopping bag, I mean, they'll like apologize. I'm sorry, I got in your way, and just carry on. Social standards, different ways of behaving. Certain people have it, certain people don't have it. I remember I was talking to somebody last week. I remember when there was a kid was talking to me once in the street. I can't remember what it was, but he referred to me as "Oi, Mister," like to me. This is a while back. I was like 35 at the time, or 40 or something. Rather than, oh, excuse me, do you happen to know what's bullshit, but it's just like, "Oi, Mister, do you know what's going on?" Who the who the fuck talks to an adult like that? Oi, Mister. It's like you're a street urchin in the fucking Oliver Twist movie or something. Oh, right, governor, right. I don't know, but yeah, again, social standards are dropping. So when you've got the people that say, "Oh no, transgender, it doesn't really affect me." No, it does. It affects us all. It erodes the fabric of the society. Standards drop. Certain behaviors become the norm, At one time, yeah. Again, assaulting a police officer. That was not acceptable behaviour. Now, it happens. It's part of the job. Um, Shouting abuse at an adult from down the street. You wouldn't be doing. I mean, when I was a kid, you bloody well made sure you were down the street while you were shouting. But now, you know, it's like you used to hear on the news. You know, you've got say some people, some kids vandalising a phone box. At one time, that was not acceptable behaviour. Now, or at least up until a few years ago, I imagine it hasn't changed. Now you've got a group of kids who are wrecking a park bench or a phone box, and an old guy goes up to tell them to stop doing it. They get fucking beaten to death. This happened. You know, they're beaten into a coma because they had the audacity to confront a group of teenagers and tell them this is not acceptable behavior. You need to stop doing it. They fucking get beaten into a fucking comatose for their efforts. It's because standards have dropped, you know? And now we're accepting mental disorders as normal. No, not in my fucking book. Not on my watch. You know, it's just. I mean, I'm watching it all fucking turn to shit, and then I've got people in one ear saying, "Oh yeah, well, you know, it's it doesn't really affect us." You know, yeah, no, look at the big picture, stupid. You know, it's all these little things, it's calling your teacher by the first name, which we did at Stantonbury campus. We called our teacher by the first name, Luke, Janet, or whatever the hell else, Sue, Mike. Whereas other schools, they don't seem to do that. It's a standard that's set, and the school has eroded that. So now teachers and students are on the same bloody first name basis. When I had my video shop, I didn't call my customers by their first name. No, it was all Mr. and Mrs. because I've got their names on the computer along with their ID numbers and all that stuff. Well, I used to call them Mr. and Mr. Mr. and Mrs. Sometimes they would say me, Mark, for Christ's sakes, look, call me John from now on or whatever. I would put it on the computer. This person is asked to be called by their first name. I never used to do it. I was like, when I had my video shop, I was like 30, 35, give or take. Yeah. So, yeah, anyway, social standards are going down the shitter. What's this? Mark, you have seen this. What's this? I don't know. People talking to each other. Not a troll MK. It's not eroding the fabric of society just because you're in the LGBTQ community, or the alphabet people, as they're known. Well, yes, it does. It brings social standards down. Okay, when you've got people cross-dressing, if you're doing it for a comedy act on a movie, you've got one guy being chased by the mob. He's got to dress as a woman to get away, and comedy movies. Yeah, all right, but but it's a mental illness. Okay, and this alphabet people. This same-sex marriage bullshit. There's another thing that's chipping away at the social. Lisa Lovely. Hey, you on the vodka? Just joined. Yeah. I had some vodka, mixing it with Pepsi Cola. Pete and Dawn. There you go. We have a few transgender friends, and they are amazing and lovely people. Well, that's. But you are entitled to your views, Mark. Indeed. Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't know whether it's apparent to everybody, but these are just my opinions. I personally don't think it's a good thing. I find it very disturbing if I'm not saying it's like a phobia. Um, well, what they call it? They call it, like see, that's the other homophobia, transgender phobia, arachnophobia. Well, irrational fear of these things. Phobia. It's not so much a phobia. It's just I do. I feel very uncomfortable being around these people. If I'm in the street, well, I won't get into any interaction with them. I'll just keep moving. Oh, fuck me, just. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not comfortable around these people. That's to put it. But then why the fuck should I be? I'm entitled to feel uneasy around these people. Just lots of people have it. Well, yeah, if you want to call it a phobia, a fear, irrational fear of. Um, there are people who are, like I said before, arachnophobia, fear of spiders. Claustrophobia. There's a few others I've forgotten the names of. There's fear of clowns. There's fear of people. People phobias against people with beards. There's all kinds of phobias. Nobody gives a shit about. Nobody gives them any crap about that. But you say you have a phobia because you find it transgender types, or you have a hard time being around them. Yeah, I find it very uncomfortable being around them. I think. Well, people are. Oh, the comments are moving pretty quick. Not a, oh, okay. Okay, I'll address this one. Not a troll. I haven't read it through, but I've read the first line. But not a troll, MK. It is not a mental illness just because you don't agree with it, Mark. Well, no, it's not just because I don't agree with it. I think it's a fucking sick thing to be doing, and it shouldn't be made normal. It shouldn't be accepted into normal. Like I say, look, listen to what I fucking said earlier. If you walk down the street, start shouting to everybody that you're the king of Spain and you're uh, the Egyptian king Tutankhamun, and people will think you're a fruitcake. Okay, people won't think that you're sane. But if you go down the street saying, "Well, I'm a man, but I would think I was born in the wrong," say, "Get the no." People start. It's obvious that you're not of sound mind, isn't it? It's fucking obvious, but people accept it, which is what I'm saying. Called the 21st century. Get the fuck out of here. They're not of anyway. Okay, not a troll is on his way out. He's going to bed. He buys. It's quarter to 10. There's no. Allied Air Power thinks it is normal. 1 in 10 people are gay, and that's not going to change. Well, actually, you've just said it right there. You know what normal means? Norm, the normal, the normal. 1 in 10 is abnormal. 1 in 10 is the minority. It is not the norm. It is not in the middle. It is not normal. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm explaining myself very well, but 1 in 10 isn't the norm, it is the minority. It's what one decimal is. Just because it's not going to change doesn't mean it's fucking right, is it? Lee Merton. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, I could if anybody's interested. I mean, the thing is, I mean, I've done 3 DVD where I've done the live streams and I've brought them out and explained a little bit about them. I could do that. I've probably got another 3 videos, 3 live streams worth, or I could just choose the cream and make some videos of them. You know, just a 5 or 10 minute review on them, rather than do a live stream where I'm you know, bring out 40 of them and sort of one at a time talk about, you know, for a few minutes on each one. Yeah, I could just do it. I could go back to a series. Oh Christ, I need to lay down. I could go. Yeah, I could go back to doing, you know, just as the cream of the crop. Not every, you know, because before I was getting a stack. I mean, most of them were good, but I was just getting a stack, just going through them one by one. Oh fuck. All right, Allied Empire. A tenth of the population is a chunk, is a big chunk of people, and if they want to fuck the same gender, who cares? Well, I've kind of been talking about, okay, but I'll read the rest. Britain is an accepting country, and we should take pride in it. Okay, well, there's a few issues there. Okay, a tenth of the population is a big chunk of people. Yes. If they want to fuck the same gender, who cares? Well, personally, I don't. But I know I'm not particularly thrilled with it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to fucking know about it. But you're talking about gays now. Before we were talking about the transgenders and the you know, those types. But if you want to get on the subject again, it's the disintegration of the social fabric of what is normal behavior. I think we covered that. Britain is an accepting country. No, I don't believe it is. I believe that people are too scared to speak up. That's what I've seen it. It's, you know, when you know, I mean, I've jokingly said about this before, and I've seen it lots of times when people will be in conversation with somebody, and they say, "Well, the thing is, yeah, this my neighbour's a black fella," and you know, like this, or them talking away, and yeah, and you know, anyway, he's one of the Polish people, Polish workers. That's what they do. You know, just because they don't speak it doesn't mean that they're fucking thrilled with it. Okay, just because they don't voice their opinion like I'm willing to do on my live stream. I mean, people out there have seen it. You know, you're talking about, make sure there's none around, and then carry on. You know, yeah. But, where's he gone? Oh, come on. I've lost. Britain is an accepting country, and we should take pride in that. No, I don't think. I mean, yeah, you've got your people who are like, oh yeah, I'm fine with all these people. Personally, you know, if the thing is, I don't go out of my way to fucking look for these people. All right, if I don't, I'll get on with most anybody. Okay, if I don't, as long as I don't know about your perversions, pretty much I don't fucking care. Okay, you can be fucking your neighbor's dog. You know, if I don't know about it, why would it? You know, it's only when I know. You know, what I'm saying is, keep your perversions to yourself. Don't be fucking sharing it with everybody, and then you and I won't have any problems. Britain is an accepting country. No, again, people are too afraid to speak. That's the sad truth of the matter, and we should take pride in that. No, we should not. You know, you want to know how things should be, how I think things should be done? You go and look, you go and watch how the Russians deal with gay pride. Man, you want to see something funny? Never mind about these fucking floats and guys with cut off jeans and all this fairy shit going woohoo, woohoo. No, when you've got anything resembling a gay pride in Russia, the police go in there with their batons and they fucking whoop the Jesus into them, and it's funny as all hell to watch. That is entertainment television. That's, if they want to charge, if they want to put anything on pay for view, put that on there. I'd pay for that to view that on the television. No, that's, in my opinion, that's how they should do it. You go to, you just go into the crowd and you beat the Jesus into them. Or whichever term, beat the black off them, beat the Jesus into them, beat the gayness out of them, whatever terms going on of that. You go in down there and you lay it on the, you lay down some law and order. You lay the smack down, as the Rock would say. Man, but I'm telling you, if you want to laugh, go. Well, not all of you, obviously. Some people won't find it funny, but go and watch videos on how the Russians deal with the gays. Yeah, you'll know about fucking gay pride. Yeah. But no, I mean, they've got the right idea. Some countries don't fucking have this shit. Russia, China, they don't fucking deal with it. Because just because we allow it, just because we and the Americans have allowed this to carry on, and gay fucking marriage and all this kind of malarkey, doesn't mean that we're a progressive society. It means that we're going downhill. That's what it is. Anyway, I mean, what the fuck next? I mean, zoophiles. When's that going to be acceptable behavior? When is pedophilia? When's that going to be acceptable? These are things that have been going on. Well, both, of course, go on now. But at one time, I mean, pedophilia was acceptable behavior in certain countries at certain times in history. Zoophiles, I don't know. I mean, it is a thing now. For those who don't know, it's all right. For those who don't know, you've got bestiality, who are people who are going in there and they're fucking horses and dogs and sheep and whatnot. That's bestiality. Zoophiles are people who are doing the same thing, but they are convinced the animal is okay with this. They think that the love and affection is being reciprocated by the horse, the dog, the sheep, the fucking whatever. That's the difference. So zoophiles. Yeah, there's documentaries on this. There's people here in England. It's a thing in America. I don't know. I don't know whether it's. See, the thing is, that's why I'm not too clear. But I know because America is fucking crazy. Every state has got their own law. In the American documentary, in certain states, it is not illegal to be having a sexual relationship with a horse. That's not to say that the government have said, yes, you can. The point is that they have not made a law that says, no, you can't. So because there's no law saying you can't, then they can do it legally without getting arrested and whatnot. And there are people in England as well who are up to the same nonsense. While most people would frown on that kind of behavior, what the fuck? The way we're going in 50 years' time, you get these same silly sods who are writing their comments on here saying, well, it's there's no big thing. It's just you've got to love who you're going to love. Yeah, but what about in 50 years' time? Will that be acceptable behavior? There was a time 50 years ago, homosexuality was an arrestable offense. You go to prison for it. All of a sudden, we're all okay with it. in 50 years' time, what nastiness is going to be accepted as normal behavior, 50 years' time, And you think it's crazy that, oh, no, they'll never bring out a law that says you can fuck a horse. Well, yeah, there was a law that said you couldn't fuck another man 50 years ago. You go to jail for it. You go to prison, Now it's like, Anyway. Not a troll. Great stream, Mark. Looking forward to the next one. Well, thanks very much, but I haven't really, haven't finished this one yet. But thank you for your comment there. Not a troll. Says Britain is not a country. Hello, it's frozen. Oh shit, lost it. Yeah, Batesy Boyo, Preacher Mark beating the Jesus into somebody. Yeah, like, oh shit. Oh fucking hell, what's going on here? Right, a lot of comments there. It just froze. Big Fred, the Young Ones fan, is in the house. A lot of comments coming in. It's jumping all over. Mr. Del Boy, only fools and horses. Mark, are you really encouraging the beating up of gay people? No, I think you're actually reading more than what I said in there or making shit up. If you're referring to the Russians, how they deal with it, yeah, I'm all for that. But general assaulting people, no, I don't. I mean, no, general the citizens assaulting each other, no. But Russian police wading into a Russian gay pride march with batons, yes, I'm all for that. If that's what you mean. Mr. McDanny, what about lesbians? Does that bother you? Well, only the good kind. Big Fred, the Young Ones. Hello, hello to you. Okay, not a troll, MK. It's not the 40s and 50s anymore. I would concur. Look what happened to Alan Turing and how much he helped the country and the world breaking codes at Bletchley Park during the Second World War. Indeed, yeah, I mean, it's true. We're not in the 40s and 50s. And yeah, and it would be a good thing what they did in Bletchley Park. We're actually near there, actually, about, I don't know, 6 miles away. Anyway, all right. Look, oh, look at that. It's coming up on 3 hours. Bloody, I've got loads of people watching. Shit, I want to go lay down, but I've got lots of people watching. Anyway, but yeah, I'll do another shameless plug. If anybody wants to help the channel, there's been a few people donate on the donate thing, but that's that. If you want to help the channel without actually doing anything, if you don't, donate by all means. But if you allow the adverts to play There'll be one on the bottom there. There might be one on the side there. All over the place. And even on the cookery videos, I don't allow the long adverts to play anymore. I mean, a lot of mine will have those on, but for the last starting from a couple of months ago, all the videos that are coming out only have the 6-second adverts on it, or the ones that appear at the bottom of the screen, or the ones that either don't affect the actual viewing of the video. So if anybody wants to contribute and help the channel, help fund the next video as such, if you allow them to stay there, that'd be great. Just you'll be helping to by not doing anything, you'd be helping the channel. Old Batesy boy who didn't do it on his own. Oh, I think he's talking about that guy Alan Turin or something from Bletchley Park. Yeah, there's a whole group of them, isn't there? There's a few dozen of them. Oh God, my eyes are going. Mutilate HD. Hi, M8. Was very pleased to be your 1,000th subscriber. Hey, that was good. Thank you to you for being the 1,000th, fucking hell, 1,000th subscriber. Yeah, Man, are you talking to me, Allied Air Power? Only old fuckers like you. Where's he gone? He's jumped. Only old fuckers like you. Only old fuckers think like you, and you're going to be gone soon. Well, if you're talking to me, that's very true. Well, actually, no, I'm gonna live a long time just to spite you. But no, like I said before, it's not old. See, you've got a certain generation who remember how things were when they weren't quite as shit as what they are today. Social standards being what they are. But like I said before, it's not all old fuckers like me who are thinking this way. I mean, admittedly, the young generation, the teenagers, they're fucking stupid anyway. They're all growing up thinking that this is normal behavior because they haven't got any fucking sense, in my opinion. But just because people don't speak up, basically, they don't have the wherewithal, the guts, or whatever the hell you want to call it, to stand up and say anything. I mean, you can't really blame them. I mean, I guess because not everybody, people are afraid. But just because they don't say anything doesn't mean they agree with it. Yeah. Besides, Allied Air Power, if you don't agree with me, you can either chirp in like you've done, or just go away. Just nobody's forcing you to listen to my bullshit. Just. Mr. McDanny, what do you feel is the best supermarket? Well, actually, I mean, basically, I've been to all of them, and they're all the same. I buy the shop brands, okay, but basically, they all sell the same shit. Okay, you've got your top brands, you've got your medium brands, then you've got your shop brands, those stuff you have to lay on the floor to reach because it's the last 1 or 2 shelves on the floor there. But they all sell the same stuff for basically the same price, only the shop brands have different colored labels on them. Every shop has their own corporate colors, and that's what they use on their own brand packaging. I've eaten at all of these: Morrison's, Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Asda, Farm Foods. I've eaten at all of those, and basically, there's not a whole hell of a lot of difference between all the shop brands. So yeah, whichever which one is nearest to you, go in there. You want to save some money, start switching to. I mean, switch to shop brands, right? But not everything. This doesn't apply to everything. Trying to think of some examples. Cereals, for example, shop brand cereals. Some of them, I personally eat. I eat co-op Weetabix. They taste different than regular Weetabix, whatever but perfectly fine. I've had Tesco cornflakes, which haven't been great, but edible. Different things, like say, I don't know, ketchups, for example. Not well, ketchup. Yeah, ketchup. I think ketchup was a name brand, but it's not a product. Ketchups, different brand of ketchups have different thicknesses, different amount of tomatoes, different amount of sugar, different amount of this, that, and the other. Certain things have different ingredients, but basically shop brands are fine no matter which shop you go into. No, Big Fred, the young ones. No, I've not heard of a YouTuber, Retro Blaster. No, I've not heard of that. No, that's the thing. I mean, I watch videos on YouTube, but it's I don't know. There's not a lot. I mean, there's not very. There's only. I think it's in my subscriber list. I only have about between between 8 and 12. Sometimes I'll put some in, sometimes I'll take some out. Depending if I haven't watched anybody for a long time. Most, I have between 8 and 12. So and then everybody else, I watch a whole bunch of other videos, but I don't subscribe. I just watch them as they come up. But no, he's not one of them. BT Boy. Do you have a tattoo that says "I love Bletchley Park" on your arm? No. Well, are you talking about this one? No, no, no. No, this is one I got from a. This one I got that on before I did my first bull run. I got that specially for that. It's one of those you can only read it in the mirror. It's been written backwards. 'Cause normally it would go from go from left to right, but it's actually written from right to left in reverse. So you have to hold up to the mirror in order to read it. Anyway, all right. I tell you what. What's it now? It's 10. Oh, fuck. 10 past 10. 10 past 10 in the evening. Oh man. Um. Yeah. Okay. I tell you, is there anybody watching from other than England? Because I'm just wondering, because occasionally I get hints from people watching. Sometimes you can tell by their spelling what country they're from. Because I mean, like say the Americans, for example, they spell certain word color and favor. They spell them differently, and they're not familiar with certain brands and whatnot. But yeah, I'm just wondering. It's Wicked, the 1980s. Mark, can you say you hate retro blasting? Well, the things are well, no, I've never watched any retro blasting video. Never heard of them until 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Peter B, we should never accept something just because we're told we should be tolerant. Remember the Emperor's New Clothes. Indeed. You see, the thing is, you see, we're as a country, England, people seem to think, like that guy earlier said, that we're a tolerant country. No, we are being told to be tolerant, okay, by our employers, by our teachers, by our government, by people in authority. We are told to accept people. No, what the fucking freakiness is going on? It doesn't make people tolerant. It makes people less likely to speak out. It doesn't stop the way they feel. It just stops them from vocalizing it. So that's so yeah, Peter B, you're on. I think that might be what your gist was there. Was it now? Yeah, we shouldn't accept something just because we're told we should. We are told all the time you need to be tolerant of these things. No, just being told being tolerant um, doesn't make you tolerant. It just makes you, less willing to speak out. It's like forced multiculturalism. You know, we're told that we have to accept the foreigner in, and but no, what happens is a lot of people don't like the fact that they're here, or so many of them are here, but nobody's speaking out. It's not because we don't want them here. They don't want them here, but they're too afraid to speak out. So people think, no, nobody says anything. They must all fucking like it. Yeah, but no, they're too afraid to say anything. So yeah, so don't accept it just because we're told to. Just the okay. Mad Maz is from Scotland. Oh, you know what I used to like when I was young was Highland toffee. My God, I mean, they were 10 pence a bar. This was back in must have been 83, 83, 85, somewhere around that. Yeah. Oh man, Highland toffee, that was the best. Big Fred says he uses YouTube for porno. Actually, you can't. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't. Maybe he's talking to me. No, they can't get on YouTube. Uh, yeah, big Fred says, Mark, I'm not afraid of saying my feelings, least not after a few pints. Well, see, that's the thing. I never get, well, yeah, because I mean, people see me drinking vodka, but it's not the booze that's talking, because I never get drunk. Well, I never really get drunk when I'm doing the live streams, but I mean, if I'll get sort of lightheaded, but I never really get shit faced anymore. But no, it's but people say that people say, oh, they blame it on the booze and whatever else they're doing, but me, I talk like this when I'm stone cold sober, so you can imagine what I'm like if I do get drunk. Yeah. Let's see. Mr. McDanny, have you got any new stir fry videos coming? Well, actually, I mean, the thing is, I've done loads of them, but it's difficult to find new stuff to put into a stir fry. But what I've done, I've actually got it on the computer, ready to be loaded to the world. What it is, oh man, you're gonna love this, right? But what I did is, anyway, I suppose I can tell you, it'll be loaded soon. What I done, I got some corned beef, cooked it up in the wok. When it was nice and cooked, took it out, put it on a side plate, threw in the wok some rice, some plain white rice, cooked that, then threw in 3 eggs, whisked it all around so then it, keep it on the move. So then basically it cooks and all the egg fragments, so it's all in bits and pieces all through the rice. So a bit like egg fried rice, you might get from the chinks, it's got egg all the way through it. When the egg was done, then put the hash back in the wok, mix it all up, and keep it warm. Put it in a bowl. There you go. Yeah, I invented that. It was so that's filmed. It's on the computer. It's going to be loaded very very soon. So yeah, I mean that isn't quite a stir fry as such, but but yeah, I mean, if see what I do is if I get a big lump of meat, say I got a big load of gammon, right? I'll do gammon with potatoes and veg, make a roast out of it, right? And then the next day I'll have some gammon sandwiches and I'll stuff it full of gherkins, lettuce, tomato, chutney, all that kind of stuff, right? And then make sandwiches, right? The next day, with the last piece, I'll make stir fry with it, and that's how that works. So out of the one chunk of meat, I can make 3 dinners over 3 days. So I'll do the same with beef. I'll do the same thing with a turkey thing. I'll do So it all depends on if I'm doing a roast. If I've got, if I can make 3 dinners out of it, then usually stir fry. Usually stir fry is basically what's left over from everything else. If I make a proper dinner with the roast, then I make a proper dinner with some sandwiches, and then whatever's left, you know, the odd little chunk of from the roast is left. Throw in a pork sausage, throw in a few pepperonis, throw in a bit of whatever the fuck else, bit of pork sausage or whatever. Basically, and then make a stir fry, lucky dip stir fry. So when that happens, yeah, I'll be able to do a stir fry. Stephen Gertz. Mark, you should make a video of you ranting, retroblasting, destroying it with arguments. Are you talking about arguing with retroblasting? Arguing with him? It's wicked. Yeah, make a video destroying retroblasting with well thought out arguments and facts. Interesting. Okay, where's my book? What was it? Retro? Has he gone? Retro blast. Oh man, my eyes. Right, retro blasting YouTuber. Okay, if I remember, I'll have a ganders. Okay, where we at? Yeah, good point there, Peter B. The deviants are immoral but wish to appear progressive. Yeah, I mean, I tell you, it's I don't know. the country's going to crap. And I think it's yeah. I mean, there was a goof earlier said that it's only old people like me who feel this way, and I'll be gone soon. Which, on the one hand, you know, the way it's going is probably wouldn't be such a bad thing, because basically, it's like it's going to shit, and I'm sick of seeing it happening. you know, it's boy. Hey Mark, hope you're well. Oh, Josh is in the house. Hello to you. People, yeah, Big Fred, Retro Blaster's wife is cheating on him. I mean, I don't even know what. All right, well, if I remember, if I get around to it, I'll have a look at his channel. I don't know what he's doing. Apparently, his wife's cheating on him, and his car's having problems, and I don't know. It's wicked. Did Retro Blasting say he hates Mark's channel? I don't know. I've not seen his name come up. I don't know. Ah, Jack McGreedy is in the house. Blimey. Yeah, you can't. Oh, there. You're 3 hours and 21 minutes in. I don't know how much longer I can keep going. But yeah, welcome to you anyway. I tell you, at this rate, I'm freaking knackered. I might give it a few more minutes and then have a lay down. But yeah, I tell you, we've covered what I do. Because the thing is, I keep meaning to. I keep meaning to write down the subjects, because when I've finished with this, what I do, I try and remember, because we get onto normally we get onto so many subjects. What I do, I try and choose the ones I can remember. It's a bit like the conveyor belt game. It goes around. You got to try. The generation game. You got to try and remember the cuddly toy, and there's a toaster, and there's a fucking sandwich maker, and the board game as they're going by. I'm trying to remember the titles from so many titles for over 3 hours, 3.5 hours, and then choose the best ones, the most interesting ones, and put those in the title, because I only get like 100 letters in the title. I tell you, it sounds like a lot, but 100 letters. All my cookery videos, you get 100. It's on the live stream, I think you get 100. You probably do, but I can tell you on the cookery videos, I get 100 letters, or what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking, like a letter, a space, a full stop, exclamation mark. These are all one digit, so each one is one. And the thing is, on the front of every one of my video, MARKS space MARKS, well, with a re at the front, so I forgot about that. What's that? That's 13 letters, including the space. That's 13 letters before I even managed to put down corned beef in a roll with some stuff in it. So I've got to pick and choose the best. Anyway, so yeah. So what I was getting at is I should actually. I keep meaning to write stuff down about the topics that we talk about. Not a troll. Mark, why do you make cheese slices with a potato peeler? Well, the thing is, the thing is, the mere fact that you're asking that question is that you've seen the video and you've seen me grate the cheese with a potato peeler. And if you've seen the video watching me use the potato peeler, you know the reason why. You know? But I'll explain it to anybody else who doesn't know. I'm using a potato peeler to scrape the block of cheese in order to make it thin. If I use a knife, it's hit and miss. You've got to concentrate to try and get the slices very thin. With a potato peeler, just whoosh, 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 whoosh. You got all the thin slices that you need. It makes it very thin. But I think you knew that because like I say, the mere fact that you know I've used a potato peeler means that you've seen the video. If you've seen the video, Alex, I've already explained on there. So didn't. Oh, okay, all right. Well, it says that you haven't watched the video, but somebody told you about it. Okay, all right. Well, then that was my mistake. If that's the case, then I take that back. The reason is it's so I can make extra thin slices, and by doing so, I could get more. Because if you're cutting thick or trying to do thin slices with a knife, invariably you're going to get them all different thicknesses, and so. But if you use a potato peeler, you get extra thin slices, and you get more cheese out of the block. Yeah, people are talking about this retro blasting guy. Apparently this retro blasting has different thoughts than me. Yeah, if I get around it, I'll have a look at this guy. Let me see. Oh, there was something about a cheese grater, but the video has been taken, been retracted. Callum Saul, loving the videos, Mark. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Could you please give a shout out to my friend Ben, who's a key worker and loves your videos too? Indeed. All right, that's shout out to Ben, who is a key worker who loves the videos. Key worker. Does that mean in the medical thing? I was on the bus. I was coming back home today, and I was driving. The bus was going through a industrial estate, and it actually struck me straight because it said that there was a big poster by the side of the road. Thank you to all the medical staff. Although, funny enough, this building, this house, this industrial estate, this warehouse estate, is approximately shit. It's got to be 5 miles, 6 miles from the hospital. So fuck knows. Anyway, it's got a big billboard. Thank you to all the medical staff, all the NHS staff, I think it said. And it's got a multicolored rainbow. I wonder if that's the. I thought, that looks like that fucking gay pride bullshit fucking sign, a gay rainbow thing. So I don't know what that was doing on there. But it got me thinking, because I'm seeing this shit all over the place. Posters on the, on billboards and all that. Thank you to the NHS. For doing their thing, which is, But at the end of the day, if you want to thank the the people at the NHS, you can do it in several ways. All right. Several ways. All right. One, indirectly, right? You can stop getting drunk and falling downstairs and going to A&E at 2 o'clock in the morning half drunk, half unconscious, and start, basically putting a burden on the NHS. You can do that to help them. That'd be a nice thing to do. Or you can do what I did with my local doctor. Last time I went in to see my doc at the GP a year or so ago, I went in, took a tin of Quality Street in. There you go. And I said, look, doc, and I told him, look, here's something, I brought you this. Either take it home, give it to your patients, do what the fuck you want, just give one, whatever. It's yours to do what you like with it. Just a thank you for, just do that. Do that with your GP. Go into your local hospital. Get all your workmates together. I mean, you can buy a tub of Quality Street for like £5. Okay. If you go around the warehouse, get 50 quid together, everybody chucks in £1, you get 50 quid, you buy 10 boxes of Quality Street, whip them down to the A&E department, hand him in over the desk and say, listen, we're really appreciative you taking one for the team here. From me and the guys at the Tesco, at the Waitrose, at the John Lewis, at the Budweiser factory, at the Coca-Cola factory, all the guys from the place where I work, we all chipped in. We got you 10 tubs of Quality Street amounts to the staff. I'm sure they would appreciate that in a fucking billboard on the side of a bus route, saying, "Oh yeah, well, thank you very much to the the NHS." Do something that fucking says something. And you don't have to do it alone. Get your whole street. Assuming that anybody. I mean, if somebody knocked on my door and says, "Look, I'm saving I'm getting a collection together to to buy NHS," slam, fuck off, you cheeky con man, motherfucker. But if you get all your work colleagues, your family members, everybody together. Do a collection tin, if it's at work, if people want to chuck in or go round and get £1 from every. I mean, most warehouses now have 100 people in there. £1 from everybody. That's 100 quid. That's what's that? That's 20 boxes. There's 20 boxes of 20 tubs of Quality Street at £5 a go. Take them all down the NHS. Take fucking 20 tubs of Quality Street down there. Say, listen, everybody at this warehouse, that the DHL warehouse that I work at, we all whip round 100 quid. We got you all these tins. Pass them on to all the nurses and the doctors and every fucker else that works here, as a thank you for don't be fucking writing shit on bus shelters, or putting posters up on billboards and shit. It doesn't help anybody. But showing somebody that you're appreciating, hand them a box of chocolates, and that'd be more of a thank you than a fucking billboard. Sir Dudes a lot. We're not allowed to accept gifts. If you want to say thank you to us, the best you can do right now is stay the fucking doors. Well, yeah, indeed, and try not to fall down the stairs, like I said, at 2 o'clock in the morning. I tell you, when I got crushed in the back of that lorry, I was on night shift, and this must have been about 2 in the morning or something. I was in there for a fucking hour and a half, just waiting to get seen. And I had a legitimate fucking myself up with getting crushed. So you can imagine all these silly sods that are getting themselves stabbed or hit over the head and fall down the stairs and getting drunk and getting hit by a taxi and just basically fucking things up for everybody else. You can help the NHS by not adding to the burden. And besides, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they're allowed to accept. Well, I mean, if you go in there and start, I don't know. I mean, Yeah, fuck it. You go in there and just ask your local GP's office, or if you want to go to the A&E, go in to the reception and say, listen, I'm thinking about having a whip round at work. We want to buy you guys a load of Quality Street tubs. How do you feel about that? And they'll either say, well, thanks very much, but we can't really. Okay, fuck it, we'll do something else. Or if they say, yeah, brilliant, go knock yourself out, then you know to go and do this. But go into the A&E. Just have a word with the somebody on reception, see what they say. If they say no, then don't do it. But I would have thought they wouldn't have any problem with, but besides, I mean, who the fuck says that? They can't accept gifts. I mean, fuck it. I mean, it's not like a bribe. It's not like you give a, if you were to do the same thing to a policeman, give him a tin of Quality Street. Well, you haven't seen fuck all, right? Go away. Yeah, that would be considered a bribe, I get. But no, you go to a hospital and say, look, we really think you're doing a great job, and we'd like to, yeah. But if you're not that certain, just go in and ask him. Fuck it. Uh, Big Fred, the young one, says, what's my thoughts on Simon Cowell? Oh man, well I'll tell you, there's a guy that needs to drop dead, in my opinion. I mean, the guy's a fucking asshole. Um, he's just a plain fucking shit all around. That's what he is. I mean, you see how he acts on well, basically every TV show I've seen him on. But I mean, I don't watch that Britain's Got Talent stuff. But I mean, I am familiar with the show and I've seen bits and pieces of it. And the guy's just a fucking all-round cunt. It's this guy shouldn't. If the guy wasn't richer than shit, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't be on the telly, and for good reason, because he's an asshole. He only acts that way because he's super rich. He thinks he's untouchable. Um, yeah. If the guy got hit by a taxi tomorrow, I wouldn't lose any sleep over him. Fucking nah, he's just somebody I can, I don't like to see on television. He's an asshole. Okay. Yeah, yeah, he's wicked to pull his trousers up. Yeah, he did have his trousers up a little bit high, didn't he? Apparently, he's a chain smoker. I heard a story once. I don't know who it was. It was on the I don't know, program. Somebody said they went around his house to do some work or some shit. Went around his house. He's got like a cupboards full of cigarettes. Apparently. So, dudes, a lot cards are more than welcome. Oh, I think you're referring to yeah, on the subject of gifts, when you, yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose cards, but no, I would. The thing is, I mean, I would basically, I mean, because I don't know, I mean, maybe different hospitals have different rules and regulations and whatnot, but if it was me, I would go in, find out from the specific hospital which is near you, the A&E or whatever else, and say, how do you feel if I was to go around my place of work, get say if I could get £100, I get you 20 boxes of quality, how would you? I would say, how do you feel? And let them decide. And if they say, well, listen, we'd prefer, we're not allowed to. Great, fine, do something else, or So Dude a Lot says if you're feeling generous, put it into a charity box. Okay, yeah. But you see, the trouble with the charity boxes it's the same with the charity shops. When you go in and you spend your pound, what you're doing is you're putting some managing director's kid through college. That's where your money goes. All these silly sods in the charity shops who work for these charities who are doing it for free. They're donating their time. They're doing it out of the goodness of their heart, but the managing directors who are getting £100,000 a year, £150,000 a year, and a company car and all the rest of it, you're paying for their big house that they live in. You're paying for their 150 grand salary. You're paying for their kids to get a better education than your kids are ever likely to see in their lifetime. On the backs of other people do it for free, and which is why you see that with a lot of charities. Every pound you put in, if the charity don't get that pound, they get a small percentage of that because the rest of it is paying some guy 50 grand a year plus to advertise the fact that they're claiming they're donating for charity. What do they call it? The advertisement department. People who put ads in papers and bus shelters and all that kind of stuff to basically drum up. Like all these posters you see for what's it called, Oxfam. People get paid to dream up and find out where they can put these posters to advertise Oxfam. That's where your pound goes. So anyway, but yeah, I guess put it into a charity box. Fuck it, only a percentage will ever get seen to be put into the only percentage will be going to the charity. The rest of it will be going to some fucking bastard's college education. Right, charity shops are taking over Bletchley High Street and Newport Pagnell. Yeah, well, actually, I haven't been to Newport Pagnell for a long time, but I do remember there was several of them there. But Bletchley, Jesus, there's got to be, I don't know, I'm not counting. There's got to be 8 of them at least. 4, well, no, maybe more than that. They got them on both sides of the road. I've actually gone into it because what I do, I start on one side of the road if I'm going in there and if I'm buying some clothes, buying some shirts and stuff. I'll start on one side of the street, go down, and there must be 4 or 5, and then you cross over, another 4 or 5 on the other side. There's loads in there. Oh, Mr. Omran is in the house. Mark did use the copper wiring. Mark did use the right. I think you've missed a word out there. Are you saying you use the copper wiring, or have I used the copper wiring? If you've used it, yeah, that's great. You for those who don't know, last live stream we did, we talked about copper wiring. You don't have to. You can go out and buy the expensive stuff from the DIY place, or you can find a television in an alleyway, cut off the lead, plastic off down to the bare copper wire, make a ring, put that around your plants or around the plant pot even, and it'll stop slugs and snails crawling over it because they don't like to touch the wire, and it'll stop them climbing onto your plants and eating your veg. So I think that's what Mr. Omran has done. Possibly he's missed a word off, but I'm assuming that he's done it. So if that's the case, yeah, I tell you, and it is amazing. They don't like to cross that wire. Big Fred, do you play chess? Yes, I do. I haven't played chess in a long time. I've actually got a chess board over there, and I've got a chess game. I've got a PS2 and a PS3. I use the PS3 for games and DVD, but the PS2 I have a chess game on there. But trouble is, it's difficult to find people who play chess. But I do like chess, and yeah, I haven't played for a long time, but I do enjoy the game. Not a troll. I don't like the way talk about charity shops, I think, sell secondhand clothes for the same price you'd get them in a normal clothes shop and supermarkets. Yeah, I mean, I tell you, the oh, even in like in Bletchley, when you got like approximately 8 or 10 charity shops, you go in and the price difference between all the charity shops is amazing. You know, it's I mean, you got from anything from £2.50 all the way up to £5.50 for shirts, depending on what shop you go in. Some they do charge more than others, but considering they get them for free, they must get a break on the rent, I'm sure. And I mean, it's secondhand stuff, so you'd expect to. But yeah, I mean, I mean, although it beats. I mean, when I go into a charity shop, I'll normally pay £3, £3.50 for a shirt. A lot of them you've seen me wearing when I've been doing my cookery, because it's almost all my shirts are from the charity shop anyway. Um, but yeah, I mean, you can get some good stuff, but I mean, the prices of new stuff, new clothing. I mean, not it's not everybody's thing going into a charity shop and buying shirts and stuff. Uh, but personally, I don't have a problem with it. But yeah, you can get some nice stuff. Mr. Omran, yes, I have used copper wire. It came out wrong during the type. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, yeah. I figured. Yeah, sometimes if there's a word missing, it can mess up the meaning. But I figured you were using the. Yeah, I tell you, it's because all you need is like say two. I don't want, depending on the pot, I guess, but a foot, 2 foot, make a ring, put it on the floor around the base of the flower pot. Yeah, and it stops them from crawling over. Because once those, and the good thing is it doesn't rust. You just put it down and leave it. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to. Like I say, it doesn't rust. It doesn't. And it's cleaner than using, say, pesticides to get slugs away. You know, Lee Merton says he misses the charity shops. Yeah, I mean, there is one near where I live. But the trouble is, it's a small shop, and I mean, yeah, I mean, it pisses me off. You go in. A lot of the times they just charge way too. Oh fuck! They charge way too much for an item. You know. Oh, Christ. Oh Christ! I've got hiccups now. Mr. Omran, with those charities, sometimes it's not always the case. They sell clothes of a deceased person, so please bear with charity. Sometimes it's not always the case. Uh, okay, I'm not sure what will bear what in mind. I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, stuff gets delivered in there. It could be a deceased person, like you say, donating all their clothes. Uh, it could be that people have outgrown the clothes, they've gone out of style, or they want to revamp the wardrobe, or they've outgrown them, and yeah, for lots of different reasons. Which is lucky for me, because All right, right. It's coming up on 3 hours and 50 minutes. There's quite a few people watching. Let me tell you. If okay, if anybody wants to hit the thumbs up, if you've enjoyed the chatting and whatnot. Jack McCready, yeah, I am. Yeah, I am tired. Well, yeah, it's 10 to 11 in the evening. Coming up, yeah, 3 hours 50 minutes. That's the trouble. Yeah, I've got a lot of people watching, which is a bit of a shame. I don't want to have to go when I've got a good audience. But yeah, I'm gonna have to lay down. Okay, right. I'm gonna call it a day. If oh, if every like one last thing, right? Last chance to hit the thumbs up. um, Lee Merton, do you think this? Oh, my eyes. Do you think this will ever end, Mark? I think unless we get a vaccine, we are in the shit. No, no, it'll. It's like all epidemics, It lasts. It's like on the immortal words of Mr. Swidgen on Deadwood. Is it pretty? No. Will it last? Will it last forever? No, it won't. It'll pass like it always does. We've had worse ones than this. I mean, fuck me, we you want to watch documentaries on the Black Death. I mean, it killed like a quarter of the world population, or very close, No, I mean, it will pass, and then next time there'll be something else. A few years from now, there'll be something else. There'll be another virus. There'll be another outbreak. There'll be another problem. There'll be another tsunami. There'll be another earthquake. There'll be another something that makes the people think the world's going to come to an end. It will pass. Which is why everybody should, after it passes and the shops start opening and I start restocking and making videos on prepping, that's why everybody should tune in, especially for that, because you'll be, I'll be preparing for the next one, and everybody watch my videos and you'll be, yeah. Oh, you'll be out. You'll have a leg up. You'll know what to prepare for. I'm taking my example. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, watch other people's videos if you need to, because I'm no what I know. I'm no expert. Oh man, I need to blow my nose. But I know from experience of what things work and what not, and how to prepare for stuff. Because but so yeah, so it will end. The Actually, it's funny. Yeah, okay. Not a troll makes a comment. So did the Spanish flu? So did the Spanish flu after the First World War. The American reporters after a little while back were giving President Trump shit about him calling it the Chinese flu or the Chinese virus, which is true because they're responsible for it. And they were saying to him, "Don't you think that's racist? Don't you think that you should not be calling it the Chinese flu?" And he was saying, "Well, no, because it's from China, so it's the Chinese flu. So there you go." But nobody gives anybody shit for saying Spanish flu. Nothing racist there. German measles. Nothing racist there. No, but the Chinese flu. No. We can't be saying Chinese flu because that's hateful and fuck off. Oh man, my nose. But no, people are selective in their outreach. Chinese like Spanish flu, German measles. There's probably a few others that I'm too tired to think of. But no, nobody has a problem with those. But calling it Chinese flu or Chinese virus or whatever the hell, then that they say is got to be consistent with your outrage. That's what I say. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I can't remember. Okay. Anyway, all right. So yeah, I'm tired as all hell now. I'm gonna lay down. Oh, fuck. All right. So everybody, thank you for sticking around with a close to 4 hour live stream. If you haven't already, hit the like. Um, either on and this and the cookery videos. If you let the ads play, it would really, I mean, they pay fuck all, fractions of a penny. Like that's the thing. Nobody ever says that. When I first got my channel, I was looking at videos and people used to write how much I get paid on YouTube. How much does YouTube pay? You click on it, they don't tell you nothing. It's all clickbait to get you to click on it. They don't tell you shit, But the honest truth, I mean, they pay fractions. We're talking, sixth and tenth of a penny, which is my rough mathematical calculations, going by how many clicks I've got against how much money it's earned. Fractions, Anyway, fuck it. So what I'm saying is, if you let them play, if enough people do it, it adds up, and it all makes, that means I can go out to the, I bought those, that guinea fowl I bought a bunch of while back. I made some sandwiches, I made some stir fries, I made some, things like guinea fowl. If I can buy is it illegal to eat swan? Can you do that? I don't know. If I can buy a swan, I'll buy a swan. And what other birds is there? There's I've never had goose. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. If I get enough money together, I can buy a goose. Besides all this advertisement money as well, if you want to see the beekeeping videos, I've got to buy one of those face masks, to because I'm a YouTuber now, my face is my fortune, you see. So I've got to be protected. So anyway, so that's all the advertisement money goes. You can't eat swan from Not a Troll. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably goose. Maybe I could try maybe goose. Yeah, what else is there? There's goose. I've had water. I've had guinea fowl. I don't know. Maybe rabbit. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know. Anyway, all right. The point is, yeah, I mean, that's where the advertisement money goes. Okay, so do all that. Thank you to everybody for watching and for participating. Everybody. Mr. Omran, Mark, according to Social Blade, you get paid between £5 and £77. What is that? What, per thousand? But how many? What do you have to do to get between £5 and £77? The Queen owns all the swans in Britain. Oh, Lisa Lovely says per vid. Well, I tell you what, if that was, I mean, shit, on the lower end of that £5 per vid, I mean, that'd be something. Yeah. No, I tell you, I mean, I mean, there's been videos. There's been like, like a 2-3 hour live streams. There's sometimes, that they've gone on for 2-3 hours. I've got like, say 500 clicks on it, and I've got like, like 55p or something, or even less than that, 30, 17p or something like that. It's crazy the small amount of money that. Let's see. Okay. Okay, Mr. Omran, I'll check out that site. If I get around to it, I'll have it. Yeah, I'll try and have a look at that, see what that's about. Okay, but yeah, I don't know what they're going to say, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, what it does, my graphs and stuff, they tell me how many hits a video has had. How much money it's made, and it tells me what's my best performing video, either money wise or views wise, or the amount of minutes that has been watched wise, which is in the top. There's a top 10 list of best performing videos. Funnily enough, my best performing video of all the 940 videos, and it's constantly every single week the best performing video numbers wise is my how to reheat a Big Mac and fries. I've done 3 of them. I did 3 videos. One of them in the mini oven, one of them in the microwave, one of them, Big Mac and chips in the oven, Big Mac and chips in the microwave, Big Mac and chips in the air fryer. One of them is number one. Is the best one every month is the one that is watched the most. It is amazing. Mr. Omran, yeah, that's right. It was the 15th of July, 2017. Yeah. Lisa Lovely, Mark, your videos deserve more recognition and better pay. Indeed. Let's all share the channel to even one friend, guys. Oh, thank you, Lisa Lovely. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, if everybody shared one of my a video that they liked, shared it with a friend, and all those other channel type things, or got somebody at work to, if everybody, yeah, I mean, the channel would really grow. It'd be great if, because I know there are people out there. Lee Merton, who's I'm not sure if he's still watching, but he was he forwards some of my videos onto some of those channels where they Twitter and whatnot, and so that's a big help from him. But if people could, people wanted to help, they could do that. Pass on a video to via the internet to their friends and neighbors, whoever the hell else, and via the social media. It would be a big help. Yeah, because the thing is, I mean, I haven't got the wherewithal. I don't know anything about this media, business. I've got hard enough time trying to make this shit fucking interesting. So I can't be having Facebook, and it's just too much for my head to handle. I can barely work the camcorder half the time. When there's a problem with it, in fact, like today. Anyway, okay, so Big Fred, he said he's going to go for the record of Big Macs eaten. All right, Peter B, thumbs up to you. Okay, I'm looking at it. It's coming up 4 hours and 5 minutes. Oh Jesus! All right, actually, it's about 4 hours and 5 minutes now. There we go. Yeah, because that's just for my for later on when I'm watching. I can see how long the delay is because when you got all these little bits all the way through and it stops and starts, stops and starts, sometimes there could be several minutes difference between what my clock says and anyway. All right, so everybody, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. Let the ads play. Tell your buddies. Pass on my videos if you're able to. That'd be marvelous. And that is about it. Thank you for sticking around, to the end. There's quite a few people watching. It's a shame to go, but I just can't. I've got to go lay down. Anyway, and thank you to those who contributed in the donation thing there. That was very generous of those people. Nobody's obliged to do anything, but it's just even the ads is just enough. All right, but thank you to those and everybody, and a good night to all.